All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys for being here with me today. Thank you for waiting patiently. I hope everyone is doing well today. Actually, I have to adjust this a little bit. I'm going to raise the camera a bit here. There we go. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well today. I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling a bit tired. I've been had quite an intense schedule lately. Been trying to stick to it, but sometimes things catch up with you a little bit. Didn't get enough sleep last night. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Not feeling like horrible. But see what he's saying. You're loving the room. Is that an actual PSX? That is that is an original PlayStation 1 console in the background from 1994. Yes, it is. But I'm glad you enjoy the setup, man. So we have some topics we're going to be discussing today. What I'm going to do first and foremost is just run down what those topics are so everybody is aware. The first, well, I don't know that I have it in the right order here, but it doesn't matter. We're going to be talking about, and this is probably going to be the main topic of discussion. Sony is getting very serious about further acquisitions and mergers and investments in gaming. This maybe is a little bit surprising to some people, but I think to most people it's not. But there's actually some new information on that, and we're going to have a discussion. And, there's been a lot of discussion lately about not only industry consolidation, but Sony in general and PlayStation and what Sony's next move should be, how they should pursue this. So we'll talk about that. We're going to be talking about the fact that the PS5 has surpassed 40 million units sold worldwide since its launch in November of 2020. Pretty big deal, I would say. It's tracking just slightly behind the PS4, and I think this is an even bigger deal, and I'm going to tell you why once we talk about that topic. We're going to be talking about Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart a little bit. Digital Foundry did their analysis of the PC version, and they also even tested it on a PS4 hard drive, and the results were interesting, to say the least. So we'll talk about that. We're also going to be talking about a new PS5 model that this is a rumor, but apparently the new PS5 model that's coming out soon is going to have a 5-nanometer APU and will no longer require liquid metal cooling, which is certainly an interesting thing. And there's also some talk that apparently Spider-Man 2 might end up getting banned in the Middle East because pre-orders are being canceled. So we will talk about that, see what's going on with that situation. And I should just say here, you guys know how the streams go. We go in all different directions at certain times. So those are the topics that I plan to discuss over the course of the stream today. If I am not able to touch on every topic, not a big deal. I'll probably cover it in a video, or it will move over to the next stream. I also do want to let everybody know a couple of things before we dive into these topics. Number one, my streaming schedule. I know a lot of people do look forward to the streams. A lot of people try to be there as soon as they can, which is greatly appreciated. I do have a set streaming schedule now every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you are one of those people that wants to try to be here and, again, just kind of watch the whole thing from start to finish, or if you're just somebody who is used to my sporadic schedule, now there is a locked-in time. I also want to let you guys know some ways you can help support the channel here. I'm sure most of you know by now, but we do get new viewers every single week, so I have to continue to let people know. Just being here, watching the content, obviously that helps. Hitting that like button. We have over 330 people here right now, which is incredible. So if everybody could just take a moment, hit that like button, it helps the streams out tremendously, helps with YouTube's algorithm, and it basically is your way of helping grow the channel. So hit that like button. The second thing is you can support me directly through, well, three means here. Number one, becoming a channel member. Becoming a channel member grants you access to members exclusive content. Speaking of a schedule, I will have members exclusive content every Saturday. And that content could be anything, really. The last thing we did was a members only stream. It was like 2 hours and 45 minutes, and everybody seemed to have a really good time. It's different type of content than what we, normally do here on the regular public streams. So consider becoming a channel member. Like I said, you'll get all different types of member exclusive content. And you get to use the emojis, which I do want to take a second here to let everybody know. We have added more emojis here. Some had to be replaced, unfortunately. When it comes to unlocking more emoji slots, that's actually not up to me. That's based on YouTube's system, specifically with members. You have to hit certain total member goals to unlock more and more emoji slots. So I did replace a couple. Hopefully no one will be too upset about the ones that were replaced, but I think they were replaced with some pretty good ones, certainly some ones that were requested. So everybody in the chat who is able to use these member exclusive emojis, show off the new ones so people can see them. But yeah, becoming a channel member, if you are already a channel member, gifting channel memberships, this is a huge thing. We continue to see people do this on the channel. I'm sorry for keeping this kind of long, but I do want to mention, as you can see, I have my member goal set to 50. I am not coming into my stream expecting 50 members. I want to make that clear. I'm going to start just leaving it at 50, so that way I don't have to keep updating it every time. I haven't been able to find a solution for that. I know people get a little bit frustrated with that because every time we hit our goal for membership gifting, I have to take a minute or two to update it. And because you guys go so crazy sometimes with the membership gifts, it can, I can end up updating it like 5 to 10 plus times, which can be kind of crazy. So figured I would just explain that. And the final way you can support me directly, if you so desire, super chats. As we can see here, we have Pradinsky giving a $5 super chat saying, hit that like button, which I greatly appreciate, man. So shout out to you for that. And yeah, that's the thing. If you want to converse with me, give your questions, your thoughts, your opinions, your statements, whatever it might be, you can do so through super chats. And so a big shout out and a big thank you to everybody who supports me directly. Sorry that was a bit long-winded. I had a few more extra things I had to let you guys know about in there, but we are going to dive into the first topic. Actually, hold on now. So this is kind of like, I guess, a side quest. We're immediately going on a side quest. I'm sure many of you guys play games like that, right? You play these games where you maybe do the first story mission and then you just immediately start doing all the side quests before you get back into the the main game. I have a milestone chat here from Angel, who is showing off the new Venom emoji. So thank you for that, man. But two things I want to do on this side quest here. Number one, people are asking me about Sekiro. Am I going to play Sekiro? I am going to be playing Sekiro. Haven't purchased it yet. Haven't started playing it yet. The reason for that is because I'm still playing Remnant 2. I gave my thoughts on Remnant 2 last week. I wasn't too hot on it, but I did tell you guys I was going to stick with it and give it more time, give it more breathing room, see if it grows on me, see if it improves. And I'm happy to let you know that in the time that I've played since the last time we talked, the game has improved a bit. I'm noticing I'm enjoying it more. I've been playing with a couple of my friends, and it's pretty good. It's still, some things I'm not too high on, but my experience has improved. So, I'm going to take my time, and then when I get to Sekiro, I will let you guys know. I am thinking about maybe doing some members exclusive content with Sekiro. So that is something you might want to keep your eye on. Possibly. We'll see. So figured I would update you guys on that. Second thing I want to talk about in this side quest before diving into the first topic is the DualSense Edge. Okay, I told you guys I ordered the DualSense Edge. Let me put it here. And when I was streaming last time, I thought that it had actually arrived while I was streaming, and I was talking about doing an unboxing, but unfortunately that's not what happened. But I did get it that day. It just came much later. and I've had a little bit of time with it, and I just kind of wanted to give you guys my thoughts on it. You're saying no live unboxing. Honestly, it would have been an underwhelming unboxing because, I mean, you can see the box. Well, you can't see it; it's blocked. But I have the box over there. When you unbox it, I mean, this is what you get with it, right? Like this is what you pull out, and I think this is awesome. Sorry, I'm gonna try to move it on the camera here a little bit more. This is the clamshell case that comes with the DualSense, and I just love this right off the bat. I just love how premium it feels, where it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm just so used to just taking the controllers out of boxes and out of the plastic wrap, and it just has a really nice feel to it. I like the case, and inside, this is basically what it looks like. So sorry, I'm trying to get the best view for you guys. So this is how it holds the stuff. You got the compartment for the braided cable there. And as you can see, I haven't put anything when it comes to like the, at least the back buttons. I haven't experimented with them yet. But what I did do is I replaced the thumbsticks, which I'll show you. So I wanted to kind of go back to like the PS3 style, with the dome sticks there. And I'm actually liking it. I don't know. I feel like it's been such a long time since I've used like the dome style sticks, and they feel pretty nice. Like they're really grippy. I guess is the way to describe it. They have really good grip. I don't know why I was like always thinking with the dome style it would just like be very slippery or your thumb would always slip off. That's not the case at all with this. And I noticed when I first connected the controller to the PS5, they give you like a whole rundown of how you can mess with, create presets and mess with them. And I'll probably do that later. I just wanted to kind of spend my first couple of hours just getting a feel for the controller. And I can tell you right now, it's a little bit heavier. It's got a little bit more weight to it. Not a lot, just a little bit more weight than the DualSense. And I like that. It feels even more premium. But there are a couple of things that I actually wasn't aware of with the DualSense Edge. The first thing that I noticed right away is there's actually like rubberized grips here, which I didn't know that. I thought it was just plastic. I gotta say, I really, really like that. I played for a couple of hours last night, and I did just notice it just feels better. I noticed like my fingers feel like less sweaty. So that was a nice little bonus that I wasn't expecting. But here's something I also didn't know, and it's actually very cool. You probably won't be able to see it. I don't think my camera will focus on it because I don't have it on autofocus. But on the triggers here, there's actually textured like grip, which I didn't know that. And if you look really closely, again, you guys won't be able to see it, but there's actually little engravings. Like the grip is actually micro engravings of the PlayStation symbols, which is so cool. And that I didn't know. I didn't know that was a feature. Maybe I read about it before, but I totally forgot. And it just feels better. It does. It just feels so much better. And then obviously you have the trigger locks, so you can, be more competitive. The back buttons, again, I haven't experimented with the back buttons yet. I'm going to start messing around with them. But I just kind of wanted to get a feel for the controller in general. I got to admit, I like the look of it. I don't know. I'm like just really enjoying it. So it was a premium price, man, $200. Definitely not cheap, but I'm enjoying it. And it's just cool because pulling the sticks off, it's just that easy, and you just pop them back on. You got to put them on the right way though, so they can lock, which probably messing up here. And they click in. Really like it, man. It's very cool. I always thought that what Microsoft did with the Xbox Elite controller was awesome, and I always wondered if Sony would do something similar, and they did, and I'm glad, man. So yeah, just kind of wanted to give you guys that those impressions, I guess. You're saying it should feel better for $200. Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's like I knew it would feel better in some ways, but I just didn't. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't realize like it had the textured or the rubber grips for the handles and the textured grip on the triggers. I didn't know about that, and I'm like, dude, this is awesome. I like this a lot. So as you can see, I'm enjoying it. I don't know. Again, I don't know how intensively I'm going to use all the features. I'm gonna try to mess with some configurations, and I'm gonna try to mess with the back buttons. But yeah, I don't know that I'm necessarily trying to sell anybody on anything here. Certainly not. But if as somebody who paid $200 for this controller, and so far I probably have about like 4 hours of gaming on it, it's very nice. And also, really quick, I do want to say the battery life. I've definitely noticed, and this could be, I don't know, this could be something that ends up being a downside. It's hard to say. I'll have to see how it works out. I have noticed the battery is smaller, or maybe it's the same size, but it drains a little bit more quickly. I did notice. I did dim the lights on the controller, but I noticed when I was like kind of done my gaming session for the night last night that it had a single bar left for the battery, and I'm like, huh, that's interesting. Normally, and it was fully charged when I started playing. Normally, it's still 2 bars left. So just something to pay attention to, and I'll report back to you guys. But there you go. Just wanted to give you my thoughts on the DualSense Edge. Really quick, Nuke, you're saying, how do you feel about the next Yakuza game being digital only? I hate it. I absolutely hate it. We're seeing Remedy do that with their upcoming game, Alan Wake 2, and apparently Yakuza is doing the same thing. I absolutely despise it. I don't have a problem with digital gaming, Like, I don't have a problem with anybody who wants to buy games digitally. I cannot stand the idea of AAA video games not having a physical option. Like, they're just not going to offer it. It's just not a thing. That really bothers me. So, Dan, you're saying the bars mean nothing. Try to use it until it stops working. I've been on no bars for 2 hours. Really? Gaming Survivor, is physical dead next gen? It can't be. It can't be. It's too soon. That would be like if Sony tried to pull something like that with the PlayStation 6 where they're like, we're not doing physical games. I would try to start like an uprising. Gamers, rise up, like fight this. Fight it. It's too soon. I think it'll always be too soon. I don't want to see the option removed. I know it's going to shrink. I know that less and less people are going to buy physical games, and we're going to get less physical games in general, but it can't be strong-armed, man. Like, it can't be. We have to. That's why I always encourage people. Even if you buy your games digitally and you prefer that, try on occasion to buy a game physically every now and again to show your support, to keep that option alive, hopefully thriving. Lure Cannon, member for 2 months, you're saying, MBG, thoughts on the Edge having only 2 back buttons? For me, I need 4 for competitive games. I don't know why Sony went with only 2. Yeah, I'm not sure why they decided to only go with 2. I can't speak to that, but I have heard quite a few people say that is their reason for not buying the DualSense Edge, because there are third-party like Scuff and others where they offer 4 back buttons. I've never used a controller like this to this extent, or to the extent where I felt like I needed 4 back buttons. I'm actually not even sure if I'm going to even use the 2 back buttons. I think if I can get used to it and I can just kind of get readjusted to holding the controller with those buttons under my fingers, I think I could probably get some good use out of it. So for me, the 2 back buttons are not a problem at all. But I totally understand that, there are plenty of people where it's like, I need those 4 back buttons when I'm playing competitively. And I get it because it's like when you're playing something competitively, every millisecond counts. And, the idea of having to move your thumb from where it's positioned to go press a button, one of the face buttons, versus your fingers are just already on the buttons, it can be a difference maker, as crazy as that sounds. So when it comes to the very serious competitive aspect where it's like we need any advantage we can get, I totally get that. You're saying if it had 4, it would sell more. That's funny to think to me. Like, it would be so funny if Sony kind of messed up where it's like, I don't know, maybe the DualSense Edge sales would have been even better if they just had 4 buttons. We'll never know. Yeah, and so I want to add one last thing before really diving into the first topic here. The different sticks, they have 2 different versions of the dome sticks. They have the regular height, which is the same height as the sticks that are on the DualSense as it is, but they actually have raised dome sticks. And that's interesting to me because, I mean, I'm not playing any shooters right now, like competitively or first-person shooters, but it's just really cool that, you know, for example, Sony's making that game Concord. I don't know if that'll be a good game, but it's going to be a first-person shooter. And so when Concord comes out, it's just kind of cool to know that, like, if I want to try to have a slight competitive advantage or, you know, to be able to have better accuracy, I can just switch those sticks on the fly. I really like that, man. I think to me, that's the coolest part of this controller. The grip, just the feel of it, and also the fact that I can change the sticks out. I really like it. I don't know. I like it more than I thought I would. So there you go. Those are my thoughts on the DualSense Edge. Curious to see what people might have to say about that, maybe in the comments to see what a lot of you guys are saying. But with that being said, we are going to dive into the first topic. But before I do that, we have Exley 3000. Exley, a legend, a GOAT, a Giga Chad, whatever you want to call it. I'm just referencing the new emojis we have here. So for this, I'm gonna say let's get some Giga Chads in the chat. I see W's. Let's get some Giga Chads. Let's get some GOATs. I promised you guys I would do that. So thank you so much for that, Exley. Starting us off with 5 memberships gifted. Really appreciate that continued support. Let me, I have a question for you guys as well. I'm going to manually add the 5 members to the goal. Tell me if the soundbite plays every time I add one, even though it's not working. Why isn't it working? Like, it's playing it, but it's not. Okay, hold on, guys. We have some technical difficulties here. Let me see if I can sort this out really quickly. Let's see. All right, so I started the goal. Oh my God, that's going to annoy me so bad. Why is it not adding it to the goal? That's so annoying, dude. I finally fixed it. And so now... Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's doing this. It never does this. It's never not worked. So weird. So weird. All right, well, apparently I'm going to have to manually update it, which defeats the purpose of why I did this in the first place. I'm hoping it's just glitched and it'll like fix itself. So apologies for that. See, like I told you guys earlier, I started the goal at 50 so that way I could avoid manually updating it constantly. And yeah, I know it's saying I'm becoming a member on my own channel. It's weird. I don't know. I don't think the streaming software I'm using, if there's something out there that that can just automatically like track it, like just do it on its own, that'd be great. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. But really quick, every time I was hitting it and it kept saying I became a member. IV Gaming saying, bro, I've never seen a big time streamer with so many audio issues every single stream. I know, man. It's basically like a meme at this point. It's like a meme at this point. I just wanted to know, was the soundbite playing every time? I'm pretty sure it was, because I might have to mute that in the future. I don't know if that annoys people or not. MBG and his constant audio issues. Will he ever get them sorted out? Dude, I'm always having technical difficulties. That's just part of the channel at this point. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. There's always technical difficulties. You're saying it didn't? Really? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that, Exley. Shout out to you. 5 memberships gifted. We have Wanstar saying Sony should help AAA third-party games with their physical releases without additional cost to the publisher. Pips, who wants physical over digital, flocks to PlayStation. So I guess you meant to say like people who want physical over digital. Okay. I agree with that, actually. I think that this is an area where I know Sony wants to really try to push digital more so going forward. But I think if, as the industry becomes more digital, more, over physical, I think Sony could allow themselves to kind of stand out and be a kind of haven of, I don't know if haven's the right word, but like you said, I think it would convince a certain amount of people where it's like, I kind of want to stick to PlayStation because they still do physical copies of games. Like they still support physical media in a big way. I know Sony wants to go digital because believe me, they have a lot to gain from doing that financially. They can cut out the middleman, get all the profit, but I don't know, man. I think having that goodwill from your customer base is a good idea. So I agree with you. And you're saying Sony should help AAA third-party games with physical releases. I agree, man. They should. I don't know if they will, though, honestly. And we have Disco Cobra 2013 with a $20 donation. Thank you so much for that, bud. You're saying you see the limited edition Spider-Man 2 PS5 and controller, was thinking about getting it and then giving my PS5 to one of my little cousins. Still planning on getting a Pro if that comes out next year as well. Not sure. I did see it, man. I did see it. I think I'm gonna go for it personally. Like not the entire bundle. I will actually let you guys know this is some news for those who are interested. It's not part of my topics today, but it is news nonetheless. Apparently, the actual price points for these Spider-Man 2 products leaked out early. The actual limited edition console bundle, which comes with the console, the controller, and a copy of the game. I'm assuming a digital copy, unfortunately. It's going to be $600 US. And then if you want the covers, like you already have a PS5, but you just want to buy the covers and put them on your PS5, I think they're going to be $65 US. And then if you just want the DualSense, the Spider-Man DualSense, that's going to be $80 US. So pre-orders for those are going live tomorrow, just as a reminder for anybody who's thinking about picking up. And I think I'm going to bite the bullet, man. I think I'm going to pick up not the entire console. I don't need that, but I think I'm going to pick up a DualSense, a Spider-Man DualSense, and the plates. I feel like since they're limited edition, how can I not? You're saying you think $65 for some plastic panels is ridiculous? Well, I get that, but that, to each their own, man. Like a lot of people have been wanting Sony to do this for a long time. So I think it's pretty cool, frankly. And really quick, we have V-Game Veteran dropping a gift as well. V-Game Veteran, really appreciate that, dude. Thank you for keeping the membership train going. And unfortunately, oh man, that is so annoying. Why is it doing that? So normally it would let me manually update the member goal. It's not right now. Or not manually, but automatically. So we're at 6 members on the day. Maybe if we get more later, I'll update it. And after this, I'll have to fix that, see what's going on. But thank you for that, man. And Disco Cobra, to get back to your super chat, what I would recommend, because you're saying you're thinking about getting the limited edition PS5 and controller, keep in mind, Disco Cobra, this is important to keep in mind. The limited edition console, if you already have a PS5, you can just buy the plates. You can just buy the cover and the DualSense, and you'll have the exact same thing that you would get in the limited edition bundle. Now, unless maybe I don't know, some people do care about stuff like this. If you care about like the actual box, like I mean the actual box that holds the PS5 and the controller, and that's like something you want to collect. I mean, there are some people who do stuff they go that far. If you care about that, then you definitely would probably want to go for the entire console. But the thing that makes me feel like I would not encourage you, but you say that you still are planning on picking up a PS5 Pro next year. That's where it's kind of tough, because it's like, if you don't feel a real need to buy another PS5 right now, and it's just for those plates, I would recommend just buying the plates, putting them on your PS5, and then waiting till next year for the Pro, because the Pro is coming. And that's like why I don't want to buy a PS5 Slim or anything like that. Unless it really does look very different. Maybe I want to collect it. I'm not sure. But right now I'm feeling like, yeah, I have 2 PS5s in the house. The next time I'll probably buy a PlayStation 5 is when we get a Pro. Like, dude, if Sony does like a Wolverine limited edition PS5 Pro bundle, oh my God, I'll lose my shit. That would be day one for me. No doubt about it. So yeah, I appreciate the super chat, man. And I guess just think about it. Well, I'm sorry, dude. I totally missed this part. You're saying you're thinking about getting it and then giving your PS5 to one of your little cousins. You know what? My apologies, man. I totally missed that part. In that case, I'd say go for it, right? I would say go for it, because, yeah, dude, I mean, your little cousins would probably be very happy to get a PS5. You know, it'd be doing a great thing for them, and you get the limited edition console. So it's a win-win. Like, as you know, assuming that money is not a problem and you can afford it, go for it, dude. And then later on next year, get the Pro, and then who knows, maybe. Well, I guess you could always hang on to the limited edition PS5, right? You can always hang on to that. So I appreciate the super chat, man. And then we have George Campillo. You're saying, MBG, are you going to watch Twisted Metal? Seems it's good by the reviews it's getting. Yes, actually. I think that released today. I'm definitely going to watch it. If anything, just to, talk about it with you guys, give my thoughts on it. I watched Uncharted, and that was better than I expected. I watched The Last of Us HBO, and that was amazing. And this Twisted Metal TV series, I'm just very interested in, simply for the fact that how is this going to turn out, man? Like, I can see how The Last of Us translates to HBO. I can see how Uncharted translates to a movie, but how does Twisted Metal translate to a TV series? And I'm not too high up on it. Like, I'm not super excited, but I've been seeing that apparently, I don't know, some reviewers are coming out and they're saying it's actually pretty good. Like, they're saying it's decently funny and really not that bad. So I don't have very high expectations for it. Like, I'm just expecting it to be okay at most, or at best, and at worst, I'm expecting it to be terrible. So with that in mind, yeah, I'll definitely watch it, and I'll talk to you guys about it in upcoming streams and let you know how I feel about it. You're saying it has all awful reviews, does it? Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I've just been seeing a couple things pop up on my feed on Twitter. It doesn't matter to me, like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like I said, I watch it and it's like, that's not very good. It would be cool if I watch it and it's like, actually, that was better than I was expecting. The point is, I have low expectations. That's the point here. I have very low expectations. So sorry about that. And then we have so George, thank you for that, man. Then we have Nolan Blair saying, from software acquisition. Well, that's the thing. We're going to get into the first major topic here, and that is talking about Sony getting very serious about further acquisitions, for better or for worse. I do want to acknowledge right now, because I this is just, it comes with the territory. I might get a little bit ranty, so I would apologize, but I know you guys like the rants. Before I dive into the actual news regarding this, anytime seemingly PlayStation fans talk about acquisitions, it brings out the trolls and the toxic fanboys. I mean, they just come out of the woodwork. And here's what they say. They say, so I guess acquisitions are good now. You could report a piece of news and just simply say, hey, here's something. Sony says they're looking for somebody to pursue further acquisitions. So I guess acquisitions are good now. See, stuff like this is ridiculous, and we have to shut that shit down before it even starts, because anybody who says that, you got to go. You got to go, because you're not contributing anything meaningful to the conversation, to the actual discussion. This idea that, random fans or random fanboys, this idea that their opinion on whether acquisitions are good or bad have any actual meaning or impact to the acquisitions that will happen themselves is a ridiculous notion. And we have Hellbound 1981, as I'm going on my little rant here, dropping 5 membership gifts as well. That's another 5. That brings us up to 11 members on the day. Hellbound, another GOAT here on the channel, another legend. Thank you so much for that, Hellbound and Exley. Really appreciate the continued support, guys.
Appreciate it.
But I just want to kind of acknowledge this now, in that we are going to have no choice but to talk about acquisitions, whether we like them or not. And we can dive into our opinions, and I certainly will. I will give my thoughts on acquisitions, but I posed a question on Twitter yesterday, and the question was simply this: should Sony pursue a game publisher, or should they just continue to target small to medium-sized studios? But I think I told you guys this would happen, though. I told you guys this would happen, and it's already starting. And as we go further down the line, and we have to start talking more about potential acquisitions, news about it, you're going to see more and more people, not people, trolls, and Xbox fanboys, like toxic fanboys, that they want to have their cake and eat it too. And what I mean by that is they want to celebrate Microsoft making major acquisitions while simultaneously putting, I guess, PlayStation or Sony or PlayStation fans in a position where if you even talk about acquisitions, well, no, it's like the whole organic thing, right? Like these guys, once they sink their teeth into something, like they don't let go, dude. They do not let go. And I get it. That's the name of the game. That's their agenda. But it's not going to have, like, I just want people to understand, at least those who are here right now, that we're not having that conversation or that argument, because that's really all it will result in. The reality of the situation is simply this: the industry is consolidating. Sony is one of the major players in the gaming industry, obviously. So whether we like it or not, whether we are rooting for it or not, is irrelevant. And I guess the point here, taking it a step further, is the morality, right? The morality doesn't matter because it can't. Why should it? It's not like if you or I say consolidation is bad and Sony should acquire nobody, that doesn't mean anything. That means nothing. The consolidation has been happening and is only ramping up. So as much as I hate to say this, it's kind of a situation where it's like, should we go to war? Should we not go to war? We have like these conversations, but then the war begins. And there are no more conversations about whether or not we should or shouldn't go to war. The war is happening. So that's it. Let's see how it plays out. You get what I'm saying? That's pretty much where we are right now. So I think that the news and the information we're about to go over right now is very telling, in that Sony is getting very serious. And I'm not surprised, because I've talked at length with you guys about what Sony will likely do once this whole, Activision Blizzard thing and situation comes to a close. And for Sony, like I said, it did come to a close when they signed that deal. I told you that they are probably going to feel as though they have to make some moves of their own to secure PlayStation's long-term future in the gaming industry. Not short-term, not even mid-term, long-term. And you see it all the time. People saying like Sony should go after Take-Two Interactive, Sony should go after possibly Ubisoft, Bandai Namco, Square Enix, Konami. We see it all the time, and I've talked again at length about whether or not I think it would be a wise or unwise idea for them to do that. All I know right now is that Sony is in possibly the most unpredictable state that they've ever been in before, because the entire industry is in one of the most, it's shifting in such a significant way. We've never really seen a shift like this in the video game industry before. So we are really in uncharted territory, and Sony is not exempt from that, right? Like Sony is also very much in a position where there's many different directions they could choose to go in, and I'm sure they're in the process of kind of mapping that out. And the fans and, us here, we just have to kind of take the information as it comes and do our best to try to get a understanding of, okay, where does it seem like they're going? Bossman Davey, 1980, you're saying Sony should not allow Microsoft to buy Sega. Yeah, there's all this it's crazy to me that there's, I guess it's expected, but there's all this conversation happening already when the Activision Blizzard deal isn't even finalized. Like, it's not actually done yet. When it comes to PlayStation, it's done. But generally speaking, the deal is not closed. And there are already so many people saying, like, who's next? Who's next? Microsoft's going to go for Sega. That's who they got to go for. And I will tell you this, if this deal does close, which it seems like it's going to, yeah, you better believe Microsoft is not going to stop. This is just the beginning for not just them, but the entire industry. So it's only going to escalate further. That much is clear. Saying Tencent is creeping in too. Yeah, dude, I've been seeing that. Tencent just basically acquired Techland, and they acquired somebody else today. I don't know who it was, but it's getting crazy out here. Like we told you this would happen. Not just me, but a lot of people. And it's not. This isn't a matter of like we told you so. It's not about that. It's just simply this is the natural progression of things. This is the natural progression of escalation and acquisitions and mergers. Some people say maybe it was always going to be this way. They might be right, but it doesn't matter because this is the way it is, and it's not going to stop. It's not going to change. But anyway, I've rambled long enough here. Let me give you the actual information. So I put out a tweet yesterday, and my tweet says, Sony is hiring for a manager to identify inorganic growth opportunities through acquisitions and investments. It seems Sony is getting very serious about pursuing more potentially larger acquisitions and investments in the game industry. And so if we look, I don't have it up on screen for you guys, but Sony is hiring a manager, corporate strategy and development, integration and acceleration. They posted this 1 day ago, and there is an excerpt in the job listing that specifically says, quote, integration and I read that wrong. Quote, the corporate development and strategy team works closely with SIE's leadership team to identify and execute inorganic growth opportunities through acquisitions, investments, or joint ventures that are aligned with SIE's strategic priorities and drive significant long-term value for the company. Now, there are a couple of things here that we need to highlight. Couple of key words, key takeaways that, again, Sony is getting serious. They are not playing around, and they are communicating something very clearly here, at least to whoever it is that they're planning on hiring. let's go over the keywords. First word that really sticks out to me: inorganic growth opportunities, specifically inorganic. Okay, this is quite ironic because for a long time, PlayStation fans have talked about how, Sony, they're the ones that like to do things more organically. Well, again, the playing field has changed. Sony can no longer just focus on doing things organically. It's simply not a possibility for them, or anybody for that matter, who wants to be a serious player in this industry. And before I continue, we have Omen86 keeping the membership train going. Big shout out to you, Omen86. I've been seeing you coming out more often, dropping some membership gifts. Very much appreciate it, man. The community appreciates it. You already have some W's in the chat. Let me give you a
no matter what.
Give you a soundbite here.
Finding something to find.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, dude. I'm actually going to update this so you guys can get a proper look at it. And I'll continue what I was saying. But yeah, that brings us up to 16 members on the day. Thank you guys for the support. There we go. So I updated this so we can get an accurate representation. So shout out to you, Omen86. Sony is in a position right now where they are actively using the word inorganic when it comes to further acquisition and investment. So that is a term, that is a word that should stand out to you and kind of give you an idea of what they're trying to communicate. Now, they specifically say through acquisitions, investments, or joint ventures. Okay, so it's not just simply acquisitions that is important. We have seen Sony make investments. I got a super chat a couple of moments ago, which I didn't actually answer yet. And Nolan Blair, thank you for hanging tight. I wanted to get to this part to actually answer this. It's a big question that a lot of people have. Will Sony acquire From Software? I mean, come on, Sony, it's a big get. From Software is a huge studio. They would love to, Sony that is, they would love to have them as part of their first party family. Well, I don't think that's going to be a thing that Sony does. I don't think that's possible for them. Instead, what you will likely see Sony do is exactly what they're mentioning here: further investment. Sony made a minority investment in, I believe, Katakawa, which is the company that actually owns From Software. And the reason for this is so Sony can kind of have some say and some control, or at the very least be directly involved in some way, shape, or form with From Software's future. And I think for like anime stuff as well, if I'm not mistaken. But make no mistake, Sony wants another PlayStation exclusive title from Software. They absolutely do. And I think they're willing to wait for that, but they have to be smart about it. They can't be aggressive. They have to be strategic. And that's exactly what an investment like that is. But that's not all we've seen. We've seen Sony make pretty substantial, I mean, I think it's still a minority investment, but a pretty large sum of money they've invested into Epic Games, right? We know how much Sony cares about their partnership with Epic. I mean, you think about, when the PS5 marketing leading up to its launch, the first demo we ever saw for Unreal Engine 5, I believe, was like running on the PS5. This is what the PS5 can do when it's like completely maxed out. So, and there's Fortnite, obviously, that Fortnite money that Sony gets. Obviously, that's something Sony is involved with. And I think we're going to see them do that much more aggressively as well. I could see Sony getting very serious about making some pretty hefty investments into studios and publishers that they want to try to have not necessarily a closer relationship with, but they want to keep themselves attached to them and tethered to them during this time of like kind of mass consolidation, right? Knowing that the mass consolidation isn't going to change. And really quickly here, we have a very significant super chat. Well, it's not actually a super chat, just a straight up donation here. I'm not sure exactly how much this actually is. It's NOK. Let me see so I can get it right. What was that? NOK $5.99. It's a lot. I know that. Let me see. So that is a 60. If this is correct, that is a $60. You guys are saying 50. To me, it says it's a $60 donation here to the channel from KH. So big shout out to you for that, man. That is a very kind donation, very kind gesture here, and very much appreciate it. And knock knock, who's there? Going. So I thank you, man. It's interesting, occasionally I do get these donations from viewers where it's not necessarily that they have anything to say in a super chat. They just want to, at least I'm assuming that, KH. I won't lie to you, I always get worried when I see specifically like these larger donation amounts, but there's no super chat attached to it. It always worries me that, I see somebody saying like somebody's hand slipped. Yeah, did something like that happen? Hopefully not, though. Thank you for that, KH. It's very much appreciated. Big shout out to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I always feel awkward because I want to continue to thank you guys and express my gratitude. I do worry sometimes that I spend too much time doing that. And I know a lot of people want me to stay on topic, so just know I very much appreciate that, man. Saying $60 and 50 cents exactly. And I also want to apologize if it just seems like sometimes I'm being quiet for not a minute or two. That's way too long, but just a couple seconds, taking like longer breaks in between what I'm saying. I don't know why. My throat's kind of sore. It's like dry. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's the weather or something. So just bear with me. Oh, jeez. Maybe I just talk too much. Yeah, I didn't get enough rant juice. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys for the support. BB12 says, "Don't get MBG off topic, damn it." Don't worry, I'm gonna stay on topic. Still have a lot more to say. Sony acquisitions, investments, joint ventures. That's another key term we want to highlight here. Sony says that whoever they're looking to hire for this position, they want to pursue more joint ventures. I think that's kind of like what we see with, let's say, Square Enix, right? Sony hasn't acquired Square Enix, but they have this really strong partnership. They have these joint ventures, specifically with Final Fantasy, and they seem to be working out pretty well for both parties. So that's obviously something Sony wants to prioritize. And there's one last thing here that I really need to put emphasis on, because if there's any major takeaway from this, in my opinion, it is the last part of what's being said here. Drive significant long-term value for the company. See, now we are beginning to see how serious Sony is getting when it comes to securing the long-term future. We know that right now Sony is in a really good position in the short term and even in the midterm, right? They have plenty of studios. They have a good cadence with their studios. They seemingly are doing a very good job managing those studios. They're growing PlayStation Plus. The PS5 console is doing amazingly well. And also looking into the PlayStation 6, I know it's a little while from now, but the PlayStation 6 is going to do just fine. It's really probably as we get closer to the middle of the PlayStation 6 generation and beyond that. I know that's hard to imagine because it's a long time from now. I'm not saying that's where our headspace has to be, but you have to understand when these big corporations, when they talk long term, they're not just talking 3, 5, 8 years. They're talking at minimum probably a decade, but usually 15, 20, sometimes even 25, 30 years. I mean, that's a bit extreme. It's pretty much impossible to determine where things would be then. But the point is, they need to make these moves that will be... It will ensure that no matter what happens, this will be something that will always be there to rely on. And that's pretty much what Microsoft just did, right? With Activision Blizzard King. We made this massive purchase, this massive investment, and we are confident that on the console side of things, right? On the more traditional Xbox side of things, Call of Duty at the very minimum. You know something I thought of recently that I realized I didn't think of this. One of the biggest investments that Microsoft made here with Activision Blizzard King, specifically when talking about Call of Duty, is consistency, assuming it stays that way. One of Microsoft's biggest problems throughout the years has been whether or not they can deliver content on a consistent basis, and they've struggled to do that. And we've witnessed that. I mean, even looking back at 2022, that was one of the worst years for Xbox because they pretty much had nothing. And they knew that. Once they have Activision Blizzard, at the bare minimum, again, assuming that nothing changes, every single year you have one AAA game. At a bare minimum, one major AAA game from us through Call of Duty. Now, granted, that may not be the most exciting thing to a lot of people, but that's what I'm talking about. That was Microsoft making a play that this is long-term. This is different from Starfield. Because Starfield, for as big as it is and as much heavy lifting that it's going to do for Xbox, is not consistent in the sense that while it'll do work for a long time, but once it's out, it's out. You know? What is the next big Bethesda Game Studios title? Probably many, many years away. Call of Duty is quite literally the opposite of that. The antithesis of this is something that you get every year. And so the reason why I'm talking about this and highlighting it is because one of the things that Microsoft is trying to do for the Xbox platform in their gaming division is completely round it out, where we can have our big, decade-long development titles like Starfield, The Elder Scrolls 6, and, hopefully some other games from their other studios as well in between that. But we need something that's ultra consistent, something that releases every single year. And so we never have a dry period. And then that's not even counting the mobile stuff. And they're even trying to do this for mobile as well. So they want to have a completely well-rounded gaming division. And it's really interesting when you look at Sony, because a lot of people would say, well, Sony has that. And they do. Sony has a very well-rounded gaming division, but it's not perfect. And it's not fully rounded, I guess you could say. There are some gaps. And when we look at Sony's current strategy, it seems clear to me that if Sony's going to get aggressive about anything, and they are already getting aggressive, but I imagine this will just continue to ramp up, especially now, they're going to get even more aggressive about ensuring that there are no gaps. There are no holes, right? It's just well-rounded, and it's there's no bumps along the way. Maybe this is a weird analogy I'm using, but you can kind of already see that with the acquisitions that they've been making and the games that they've announced that they're developing. The Zombie Fanatic, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, do you think Sony buying Take-Two destroys them due to the fact that Take-Two has tons of people, plus Rockstar, who have loads of people making titles? Sony will have more people. It's a good question, and that's, again, I see people all the time saying, I mean, it's constant, Sony Take-Two Interactive, Sony Take-Two Interactive. It's not, I don't think people are, totally off point entirely for saying that, because you see the relationship, the partnership that Sony has with Rockstar. I'm pretty sure GTA 6 will be marketed alongside PlayStation. We've seen how they've marketed GTA 5 very heavily leading up to its PS5 launch. I mean, Sony even partnered with them to where they gave it out for free for 3 months right? For PS Plus subscribers or something like that. It was a big deal. So I understand why people consider that. And really quick, I see somebody in the chat saying Take-Two isn't possible. I wouldn't be so quick to assume that. The reason is simple. Sony is a very, very large company. Like, they may not be as flush with cash, I guess you could say, as Microsoft or some of these bigger, like, titans in the industry, or not just in the industry, but in general. And that's true, but make no mistake that if Sony really felt like they had to do it and find a way to get the money to make it happen, they would do it. They would be able to. But it's just a question of risk. It's not a question of can we afford it? There are two questions. Number one, would they even sell? Number two, is this too risky? And this is why I think Take-Two Interactive is highly, highly, highly unlikely as a target for Sony. And I even see some people who are, more on the Xbox side of things saying that, oh, I think maybe Microsoft might try to target Take-Two. Again, like, even though Microsoft would be able to more easily purchase them with less risk, well, actually at this point you could argue it's even more risk because they just bought Activision, but technically less risk just due to how flush with cash Microsoft is. They have to want to sell. Keep that in mind. Like, Take-Two Interactive would have to want to sell. And we are on the cusp of GTA 6 being announced after a decade, basically. All the rumors, years of supposed leaks and rumors and actual real leaks and everything else. It's like a rare thing you see what's about to happen with GTA 6. So this idea that Take-Two Interactive would even remotely be willing to sell to anybody I don't think that's going to happen. I don't. I think Sony knows this, and that's why you could make the argument that Sony is doing the smartest possible thing they could do with Take-Two Interactive, and that is partnership. Again, joint ventures, marketing. I told you guys this all the time, many times, and I will continue to say it until I'm proven wrong, if it turns out I am wrong. Sony, if they actually have the marketing rights to GTA 6, that is, I know there are going to be people who disagree with this, but it is just the truth of the matter here. That is going to be just as powerful as, let's just say, something like Microsoft having the marketing rights now for Call of Duty. It is on that level of, like, GTA 6, which I don't think some people fully understand, like, how big Grand Theft Auto is now in 2023. I don't think some people are prepared for how insane the not the release. Of course the release will be insane, but believe me when I tell you, when we see GTA 6 officially revealed, regardless of whether PlayStation's involved with it or not to any extent, it's going to be one of the biggest things that ever occurs in the industry, and it might actually be the single biggest thing that ever happens in this industry. Like, there might never be something bigger than GTA 6. That's the level at which we are talking about here. And if you don't believe me, well, it's fine. I understand, but sit back, wait, and watch and see what happens once GTA 6 is revealed. It's going to be, I say this to somebody, I'm not even like a Rockstar fanboy, man. Like, I'm telling you, it's going to be something truly next level that we haven't quite seen before in this industry yet. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that when you consider that, and then you imagine at the end of every piece of marketing for GTA 6, you see a PlayStation 5 console, or you just see the PlayStation logo. It's like, that is going to be, I don't think I could overstate just how powerful that would be for the PlayStation brand, for the PS5 console, and for Sony in general. And it goes even further if Sony can secure, like, not timed exclusive stuff. Well, I guess maybe timed exclusive stuff, but just like GTA Online, like bonuses. That's going to matter to people, man. A lot. Like a lot. And I have a question for you guys. Is GTA Online crossplay? It's been many, many years since I've played GTA Online. So I don't know. It's not. I'm seeing multiple people say no, it's not. All right. Sometimes I don't know why. Well, I guess it's good chat interaction, but I forget sometimes that I have Google right in front of me. Is GTA Online crossplay? While GTA Online doesn't have full cross-platform play capabilities, you can play GTA Online with people using systems in the same console family. So the answer is no. See, that's fascinating to me. It's going to be a big deal for Sony if GTA Online, the next iteration of GTA Online, if it's crossplay or not. Because if there's any game that will truly make people say, well, I'm just going to buy this console because this is where my friend plays, it's GTA 6. So if GTA 6, or GTA Online, I should say, the next iteration, if it's not crossplay, if the next version of GTA Online is not crossplay, and Sony has those marketing rights, and they have some GTA Online bonuses, that'll be, I think, a pretty big deal. That'll be a pretty big deal. That is basically a way of ensuring people will stay to some extent locked into your ecosystem. You're saying GTA 6 will be crossplay. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they seem like they're a little bit behind on that. But then again, Grand Theft Auto they have so much power where like Rockstar can do whatever they want. Take-Two Interactive can do whatever they want with GTA. That's just the reality of it. If they say, like, we don't want to do crossplay, it doesn't matter how many other games do crossplay or whether or not that's, like, wow, man, like you're holding things back. And it doesn't matter. Like, if that's what they want to do, they'll do it. And it won't matter. Everybody will still buy the game. You know why I think they're not going to do crossplay? The fact that GTA 5 still tops the charts like monthly. Like people are still buying GTA 5 constantly on all platforms. I think Take-Two Interactive probably thinks to themselves like a part of those sales, like a portion of those sales are probably because we don't do crossplay. So we got people not just double dipping, triple dipping, quadruple dipping. So that's just a kind of thought. And again, all this to just kind of highlight that Sony, even though they are going to get very serious about acquisitions, clearly, they're still going to continue to, make these deals and try to secure marketing, try to have good working partnerships and relationships with other platform holders, or not platform holders, with publishers. Not so much other platform holders. But just to kind of shift this conversation a little bit, because I think I spent a little bit too much time there talking about GTA and whatnot. Getting back to this idea of Sony getting very serious about buying a publisher. So this is where I'm going to give my personal thoughts on the matter. All right. I've really been thinking about this. I've continued to put thought into this. And this is where I've settled for now. I mean, obviously, my thoughts could change. My opinions could change. I'm only human. But after everything we've been through and all that has happened so far and how uncertain the future is, this is basically where I stand with this. I'm looking at this job listing, and this job listing is essentially Sony saying, we're looking to make more acquisitions to secure our long-term future. One of the most speculated things since Microsoft bought Bethesda is, will Sony buy a publisher? And so far, they have not. But as this deal has gone through all its ups and downs, and we finally are seeing it getting ready to come to a close, I'm not saying it's looking more likely. Well, I guess maybe that is exactly what I'm saying. It's more likely now than ever before that Sony will aggressively pursue a video game publisher of some kind, or they will at least try. They may be trying right now. It's impossible to know. But there's no doubt that they are more likely to do it than ever before. And so how I feel about it, it's pretty simple. I do not want to see Sony acquire a publisher because inherently I just worry. I talked about this and I'm not going to go on it for too long, but I do worry that if Sony tries to go after a publisher and they actually secure a publisher, I don't want them to get in over their head. I know there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of cheering, a lot of rah, rah, go Microsoft for this acquisition. And I get it. But to me, there's always been that very, very real possibility that this could go wrong for them. And the reason, the easiest way that this acquisition goes wrong for Microsoft is lack of management expertise. Because make no mistake, when you take on Bethesda and then you take on Activision Blizzard King, the level of management required to be able to make that work, let alone work well, is not to be underestimated under any circumstances. It is going to be one of the most difficult things. Frankly, I don't know. It could be the most difficult challenge ever presented to a video game platform holder and publisher in the history of the gaming industry. Think about that. I mean, really let that sink in for a moment, where that is the challenge Microsoft faces, once the dust settles and the cheering kind of calms down and everybody kind of quiets down a little bit. And once this is done, okay, it's well, now you have to get to work and you gotta manage a lot. I really do worry that, well, first off, I think Sony has proven they're very good at managing studios in the video game industry. They've proven that they know what they're doing. They have a formula. They have a level of expertise that people are confident in. Chase, you're saying I'm overstating it? I don't think so, dude. I don't think I am. Maybe I am. But I don't feel like I am. I just want you to imagine that. Keep in mind, the reason why I'm saying it's so challenging for Microsoft is because Microsoft is not Sony. Microsoft is not Nintendo. They are not Take-Two Interactive. They're Microsoft. And I'm not saying this to be rude. It's just the truth that the reason why it's infinitely more challenging, ironically enough, I wasn't trying to do a pun there for Halo Infinite, but it's kind of a great example to use. This is infinitely more challenging for Microsoft because they have proven that this is where they struggle the most. They struggle with management, specifically of studios, of IP. And that's why I'm saying this notion that this platform holder and publisher that has struggled with the IP that they have, with the studios that they have, that the solution is let's bring on more to manage and we'll get better. They might, keep in mind, man, they might learn a lot, and I'm not counting them out. I'm not saying it's going to go either way. I have no idea. But I am confident in saying that it's going to be one of the, come on, let's face it. If Microsoft comes out the other end with this. Better. Like, wow. They are managing their studios better than we could have imagined. They are on point. They are unstoppable. If that's what ends up happening, that would be genuinely shocking. Because you're talking about a publisher that went from, for like 12 years straight, struggling to manage studios and manage IP, to now they are not only competently managing studios and IP, they're managing like, what is it, like 45 studios, hundreds of IP, thousands upon thousands of developers. That would be genuinely impressive. And you can kind of see how it's like difficult to imagine that just suddenly happening. But it could. Anything is possible. You know, it's like it's like a baseball player who has been known to just constantly strike out. It's like saying, you know what, they're just just going forward, they're just going to start hitting home runs. That's it. They're just going to start hitting home runs, like, and that's it. That's what they're going to be. They're just going to completely turn around. It's possible, but it's super unlikely that we would see that just kind of turn around, you know? Or even if we're going with football here, it's like a QB who's been just constantly throwing interceptions all season long, right? And then by the time they get to the end of the season, closer to the postseason, they just stop throwing interceptions and they just start throwing touchdowns. It is possible, but it's, again, you can see how well, I don't think anybody's looking at that saying that's definitely going to happen. If anything, people are just going to be very skeptical and nervous. Like, I don't know, maybe. So maybe, again, not the best analogies there, but you know, it's worth bringing up Microsoft in this conversation, because this is where, when you kind of evaluate Sony, and when getting back to the point I was trying to make, where I'm trying to give my thoughts and my feelings on it, simply put, even though I think Sony could potentially be making a big mistake buying a publisher, and I don't want to see that, because to me that's just, the day Sony buys a publisher is the day we can confidently, not confidently, just 100% like, okay, well, this is it, man. Like, this is the future of the industry. Everybody's getting bought, just straight up. Because at that, I mean, Sony would be one of the last ones to feel, in my opinion, like they got to go get a publisher. And that's kind of where we're at, where I don't know how else to read this job listing. Recently, Sony's president, Hiroki Totoki, love that name, he straight up said that we're going to continue strategic investment, but specifically in IP. We're going to go after IP. What does that sound like to you? I feel like I can only, at this moment in time, it's hard for me not to read that one way. Jay Pierce, thank you, man. A member for 4 months, you're saying, you see that they confirmed that you cannot play Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart without the right PC requirements. So Sony and Insomniac didn't lie. Well, Jay Pierce, I'm going to save that chat. That's one of the topics that we have to discuss next. So I don't want to, this is in an effort to try to keep things more on rails here and on track, on the beaten path, so to speak. I have seen that, and we will be talking about that a little bit later on. So stay tuned for that, Jay. And Olivier, you're saying they should go for talent and IP. So they should go for Kadokawa, FromSoft, and CD Projekt Red, Witcher, Cyberpunk, Elden Ring, etc. Those are gold mines, or these are gold mines. Cheers. And that's, to me, those are more realistic. If Sony is serious about securing something big, like on the same scale as, I guess you could say, Bungie, I do think that when you list like Kadokawa and they own From Software and CD Projekt Red, I mean, yeah, these are very, very, very big studios. As in, like, they're heavy hitters. They have heavy hitting IP. Hold on one sec. And, when you consider that Sony's main competition, that being Microsoft, their main competition, they're like in the process of, well, not even in the process, they already have secured like just an immense amount of studios that are going to be pumping out RPG after RPG. They acquired Bethesda. They're considered like the kings of Western RPGs. Sony doesn't really have that in a significant capacity. So you could kind of see how Sony may be trying to make a play for CD Projekt Red. You can kind of see how that would, again, when I talk about Sony wanting to be completely well-rounded, they don't want any gaps. They want to fill in all the holes, that's kind of where that falls. You know what I mean? So I definitely get where you're coming from. I mean, to me, things like that sound more plausible than like, oh, Sony's going to go after Take-Two. Like that sounds more strategic to me and more realistic to a certain extent. Again, we always have to keep in mind that these entities, even these big studios, they have to want to sell. That's such a key factor here. Here's something very interesting that I have yet to mention. And this is another reason why we're having this conversation and why I think Sony is now putting this job listing out saying, we need an expert in here. We need somebody who can get the job done because we are getting serious. The fact that this deal, the ABK deal, is seemingly going to close. It's going to go through. You guys witnessed painfully, just as I did. I think it was excruciating for everybody involved. It was over a year. Feels like it's been almost 2 years. I don't think it's been that long, but it's been well over a year. I think it's been well over a year, maybe a year and a half. Point is, it's been a really long time. This deal has taken forever, dude. And all eyes have been on it. And now that it's coming to an end and it seems like, well, that took forever. What happened? What's the result? The result is Microsoft won. They got the acquisition and merger to go through, seemingly. That sends a clear signal to all publishers, to all platform holders, to all studios. Hey, you guys might want to start making yourselves look good. Might want to start trimming the fat, making yourself more presentable because it's buying season. That's the message that is being sent here. So again, this is all part of the escalation that I've discussed, where regardless of how you feel about consolidation, about further acquisition, putting those feelings aside, the reality is studios right now and even publishers are looking and they're realizing, dude, we can get the biggest payday of our lives. We can get the biggest payday of our lives, and all we have to do is just tidy up a little bit, clean up a little bit. And then you consider the incentive that big platform holders like Sony now have. Because the incentive is there. I'm not saying that means Sony's just going to dive in head first. No, but the incentive is there. Hence why we are seeing Sony get more serious than ever before. Why they are hiring for an expert to come in and to basically, this person's job, this person's entire job is going to be to evaluate the gaming landscape and determine who Sony should buy next and why. That's their job. So, it's going to be very, very, very interesting to see who Sony announces next, because I think whoever Sony announces next will give us a very good idea of what to expect from them going forward. Well, you know what? Let me back that up for a second. I don't like it. Sony could announce a smaller studio next. That doesn't mean that they would never buy. Like, oh, there we go. We got confirmation. They're not ever going to buy a publisher. You never know. But I guess I'm just saying that, like, if there was ever a time where Sony was aggressively pursuing negotiations with a publisher, it's probably around this time and in the coming months. Let me see here. We got Valkyrie or Valkyr R. I don't know how you want me to say that, but saying, leaving aside day one releases, isn't PlayStation Plus Premium a better value than Game Pass? The catalog is huge right now. Imagine after acquiring Square Enix. Well, I mean, first off, Sony acquiring Square Enix would be massive, and that would absolutely pump up everything in PlayStation, you know, not just PlayStation Plus, but you know, I'll be honest, I don't really think about it too much. I don't, probably because I just don't interact with it much, but the reality is PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium are hugely valuable. You know, they have immense value, and we know that we hear more about Game Pass and the Microsoft side of things because that is all they push, right? Like that is their bread and butter and then some. So it's understandable. And you say putting aside day one releases, and that's, to me, that's the fascinating aspect of watching PlayStation Plus. Now, it's not going to happen. Sony is so, I want to just let you guys know this. So I know most of you know this, and we've talked about this before, but Sony is so against putting their games day and date into PlayStation Plus that they are tripling down out of nowhere on live service games. That's how against the subscription model Sony is. And you can't blame them. I know from a consumer level, people will complain about that, where they're like, I just wish Sony would put Spider-Man 2 into PlayStation Plus. Like, yeah, everybody would. But the economics of it just, they don't add up. They don't make sense. It doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. Not for Sony anyway. Sony is not the multi-trillion-dollar company that can just bleed money till the end of time. They're not. And they can just wait until it eventually becomes profitable. Sony needs to run their business. Well, I don't want to say they... Let me rephrase that. I don't want to say what Sony needs to do because I don't know. But what I do know is Sony wants to run their business and make it profitable. As profitable as they can within a reasonable degree, right? Without going overboard in any one area. And it's smart business, you know, like the thing, Sony, I guess you could say, is like more conservative in a way with the way they run their business. And sometimes that can be bad, but other times it can be very good. You know, there's a reason why I know people, and this isn't me saying that this is why we should like PlayStation. I'm not saying this is why we should like PlayStation, but I'm just saying if we're going to highlight the business aspect of it and the business and economic realities of it, which frankly, if we're talking this much about games, you kind of have to. It's hard to ignore entirely. I know a lot of people don't like Jim Ryan, but you got to at least give the guy credit that since he took over, PlayStation has not seen a drop. They've only seen growth, even during some of the most difficult times, like during the pandemic. You know, I was under Jim Ryan's leadership that he made sure this console's coming out and it's going to have a launch lineup. And after that, we're going to have more games coming. Sony never used the COVID excuse. Even when it was they could have. They definitely could have, and they could have said, "Yeah, we're in trouble right now. we're struggling." I'm sure they were, but they didn't do that. During this entire time, you know, even with the console shortage, somehow, some way, like, and I'm going to talk more about this later on, but this is a great time to bring up this point, is that we just got the announcement that the PS5 sold 40 million units. It's tracking 2 months behind. 2 months behind PS4 the same time. Some people might say, well, like, oh, I thought the PS5 should be ahead. I want people to really think about the struggle that the PS5 had from the time it launched till now. How is this console only 2 months behind the PS4? That is insane. That is insane. That is like, that is a bounce back. That, I don't know what you would call that, but the momentum is extraordinary. And that's happening after an insane console shortage that lasted nearly 2 years, like a year and a half since the console launched. It's happening before Spider-Man 2 comes out. It's happening during a time when cross-gen had to be artificially extended and development pipelines were getting, annihilated due to, working conditions changing. People can say what they want about Sony and PlayStation, and they speak from the consumer perspective, but you know what? I'm also speaking from the consumer perspective, and I'm just honestly going to say that they have delivered exactly what it is that I hoped they would since the launch of the PS5. And I am quite frankly shocked that the only period of time in like the last 3 years, and this is crazy, like the only period of time where things seemingly slowed down a bit was actually this year between January and June. And even then, they launched PSVR 2, Horizon Call of the Mountain for PSVR 2, and for better or for worse, which I think it was for worse, Forspoken. So that was like the weakest time of the PS5 generation so far. But even then, in that same year, they're delivering games like Final Fantasy 16 to their players and Spider-Man 2 and hopefully Helldivers 2. Still waiting on that release date. So I'm not going on this tangent, so to speak, to just, basically say Sony's the best, Sony's the greatest. They do nothing wrong. No, not at all. They're far from perfect. But I guess it just kind of serves to highlight that the way in which, at least under Jim Ryan's leadership, the way in which PlayStation operates and Sony's business operates, there are no just spur of the moment reactionary decisions being made ever. They're just not. Even when they bought Bungie, Sony announced that they bought Bungie almost like I think it was like a week after Microsoft announced they were going to acquire ABK. And I, as well as many others, I immediately thought like that's their reaction, until you realize that wasn't a reaction. They were talking to Bungie for months prior to that. This was something Sony was been pursuing for a long time. And it has nothing to do with Activision Blizzard. It has everything to do with their live service efforts going forward. So you can, to me, that is probably the biggest example of highlighting the difference between, in this competitive landscape, this is how PlayStation operates, this is how Microsoft operates. I mean, you could kind of look at it as Sony's being more, more methodical in their approach. They're more about precision. They're more about, every move has to be calculated. They're trying to think not just about the next move, but 3 steps ahead. And it's not to say that Microsoft doesn't, but it's that Microsoft is more about, there's a wall in front of us, let's fucking smash through it. Like, we can't see what's ahead of us, so we'll just make the path ourselves. And there's nothing wrong with that. I know, again, we could get into the morality of it. Like, is that respectable? Is that the right thing? Putting all that stuff aside, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because this is where we are and this is what's happening. And it just, it's just safe to say that Sony will never take that approach. Well, you know what? it's not that they will never take that approach. It's that even when Sony is getting ready to do something they've never done before, which is, again, you look at Bungie, you look at Sony with live service, they're being very careful about everything they do. Like when we got that insider report from Jason Schreier that said, The Last of Us multiplayer needs more time. We need to kind of we need to put this to the side and figure some things out before we announce it. You can clearly see that Sony is very, very mindful about how things are going to be not just perceived, but they care about how their next big endeavor is going to be received by not just the fans, but the entire community and ultimately the customer. And that to me is pretty telling, because that, to me, that's not Sony, going full speed ahead and just smashing through that wall, not knowing what could be on the other side. It is Sony, if they see a wall, saying, okay, can we figure out what's on the other side of this wall before we try to smash through it, before we try to scale it, however it is that they want to get through that wall or through that roadblock, can we see where it leads? And to me, that just seems to be, again, it's a more conservative approach, and it just makes sense for Sony to have this approach. And I know that it seems like I'm going in in all these different directions with this conversation, but the truth is almost everything that I'm saying serves to highlight why I think, even though this is the most likely time Sony would ever, for Sony to buy a publisher, I do not think it would be wise of them. And it could be if Sony were to buy a publisher, that would be I think the first time, as far as I can remember. I mean, maybe if we're looking way back at early Sony days, that would be the first time that I can recall where that's just Sony putting their head down, smashing through a wall, and just seeing what happens on the other side. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that there wouldn't be any thought going into it. Of course there would be. If Sony decided to buy a publisher, I would assume it's a strategic move. They've worked this out. But the reality is you can't remove the risk. You can't. You can't remove the risk that this is you're going to smash through this wall and you don't know what's on the other side. So be prepared if a cliff's on the other side and it's over, you fucked up. So yeah, it's interesting to really think about. It's interesting to look at the current landscape of the gaming industry and how it's becoming obvious that things not only are changing, but they're going to continue to change in a more rapid, more aggressive manner. And sometimes I just wonder, for all of the conversations that people have, for all the speculation, for all of the predicting, for all of the different perspectives, the consumer perspective, the business perspective, and everything in between, sometimes I guess I just wonder, if this is just a situation where truly no one knows. And when I say no one, I mean even the people at the highest level who are directly involved with changing everything. Even they really don't have even a remote idea of where this is going to lead. Sometimes I do wonder about that, but I guess that's just the nature of it, right? That's, in a way, that is kind of the nature of life at times. You just, no matter how much you prepare or plan or no matter how much foresight you try to have, it's just, there's no way of knowing until you're there. Ubisoft literally has 10 plus Assassin's Creeds planned. Don't remind me. Sonic the Hedgehog, thank you, man. You're saying, hey, might you also view the new trailer from Media Molecule just released? What trailer did they just release? Let me go check here real quick. I do follow them on Twitter. Oh, really? Hold on, really quick here. We have a little bit of breaking news. It's actually coming from TCMF Games over on Twitter. He posted, Red Dead Redemption Remastered for PS5 reveal is coming soon. Update, leaker Tez2 has discovered a new Red Dead Redemption logo with Rockstar Games Presents added onto it on Rockstar's new website update. Seems that this reveal is actually that the Red Dead Redemption logo has been updated. Interesting. I'm excited, man. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited about this. I know there's a lot of people are like too many remakes, too many remasters, but I don't know, man. Could you imagining what Red Dead Redemption 1 would look like today on the PS5? Hell yeah, dude. I'm excited. But let me go check Media Molecule because you know what? I did see somebody mention this earlier. Media Molecule Originals Trend. All aboard. Wait. Hold on. This. Okay. It's in Dreams though. Wow, this is interesting. So, Media Molecule, they say all aboard valued Beach Corp employees. Trends time of arrival August 1st, only in Dreams. Get ready for a tremendous puzzling, high score chasing, nostalgic choo-choo adventure with 95 tracks to master. So, let me look at this. This is... I'm just looking at this, seeing what it is. It's like a toy train track. Okay. All right. Yeah, so it looks like it's like some kind of puzzle game, I guess, where it's like toy train tracks. That, you know what's interesting about this to me though is the timing of it. I mean, this is not, I think, what most people want from Media Molecule. However, the timing of it's interesting because Dreams was just announced to be part of PlayStation Plus Essential for August, and it launches August 1st. So they're also launching a new game that they made in Dreams the same day. So, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I can't say that I'm going to play it, but interesting nonetheless. I'm curious to see what Media Molecule's next big project is. By the way, guys, before we continue this conversation, please do me a big favor. We have over 600 people here, which is awesome. Please hit that like button for me. We're at 300 likes. We could easily, if everybody contributed, crush 400 likes. I know we can do it. It helps with YouTube's algorithm. Hit that like button. Let's get this stream out there to more people so we can continue to grow the community. All right, let me see. So thank you for that, Sonic the Hedgehog. We have Omen86 with a super chat here saying, when you didn't eat for 5 weeks and somebody throws you a dried out cracker, it'll be the best cracker you ever had. That's how Xbox players feel after one OK showcase. PlayStation Studios are still cooking. Yeah, it's a brutal analogy, and you know, I think it's an aggressive analogy that definitely, you know, is inciting a bit of console warish type stuff there. But I do understand where you're coming from, and I do agree, man, where what's been weird to me to witness for the past couple of weeks, even though it's not reality, I'm just talking about internet circles, you know? So I guess ultimately it's not really, again, it's not indicative of the actual reality. It's not indicative of real life. But what's been really strange to me is that, Sony maybe has a couple of not so great moves. Maybe, people are like, Sony's going too much in the live service. Their showcase wasn't as good as we thought. Like, okay. Maybe the first half of this year wasn't as strong as some people had hoped. I guess what I'm trying to say is I've just been so confused by how quickly people, I don't want to say forget, but they just, I don't know, man, they're so quick to turn where it's like, dude, you're telling me Sony hasn't earned the benefit of the doubt at least a little bit? Like, just a little bit, Like, it's just, they have one, like, weak moment, and it's like, oh my God. They're just the worst. It's just so weird. Like, it's so weird to me, man. And it's like, if I point that out, I just get, like, labeled, like, you're just a fanboy, It's like, okay, well, I mean, I guess maybe, sure, to an extent, but I'm just, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just the way that I interact with PlayStation, where, I'm the guy that just got done putting 100 hours in the Final Fantasy 16. Meanwhile, on the internet, I see people crying about how, it didn't sell well enough, or it's not exactly the type of Final Fantasy game they want it to be. And I just, it's where I basically just tune out, and I'm just like, well, whatever, because you just can't entertain these conversations. That is the biggest thing that I've learned recently, and like probably the past couple of weeks, is I don't know why it just hit me that it's like nothing that these circles are saying, like these groups of people, mean anything. I mean, literally like they have no influence, they have no bearing on anything. And they don't know, like most of the time, they don't know what they're talking about. And if they don't know what they're talking about, they go the only other route that they know that they can, which is, I'm just going to troll. And one of the biggest problems I feel that has occurred, well, I can only speak for myself, I'm not speaking for anybody else, is just kind of like waking up and snapping out of it and be like, dude, who even are these people? Like, they might not even, what the craziest thing was? They might not even be real people. They might be AI, bro. I got to contend with fucking AI out here. Not even sure if they're human or not. So it's like, you know what? I'm good, man. I'm just gonna have my opinions and stick to my guns and stick to my gut and my intuition. And I'm good with that. Because at this point, I don't even know what's going on out here, man. Like, you see some of the craziest stuff, man. Somebody mentioned on Twitter to me the other day, or yesterday, I think, they were like, you don't reply to people on Twitter, man. Like, why don't you reply to people? And I was gonna say this, but I'm like, But the reality is, like, dude, it's because I don't know I don't know what I'm replying to. Is this even a person that I'm replying to? I have no way of knowing. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah, Omen 86, look, I don't want to get into the whole console war stuff because I'm just trying, like, it just doesn't interest me at this point. It's just the same thing over and over again. I think your analogy is correct to an extent. Well, at least to me. Like, the reason why I kind of agree with your analogy is because I'm kind of in that boat where it's like, look, I'm happy for everybody who's happy about what the competition is giving them. Like, I'm not, I don't feel as though it's my place at all to tell people what they should or shouldn't enjoy. Not at all. Like, enjoy what you enjoy, man. Like, go to what you want to go to. Use your intuition. Don't let anybody tell you what you shouldn't or shouldn't enjoy. I would recommend try to be a little open-minded, and if there's somebody that's speaking to you that seems like they, have a different perspective and they're human and they're real. um, maybe entertain that a little bit and just be willing to hear it out. And if it doesn't click with you, then it doesn't click with you, man. And so at this point in time, the thing I'm most interested in, Omen 86 and everybody else, the thing I'm most interested in is, where does PlayStation go from here? I spent way too much time. It's hard not to when we're talking about acquisitions and industry consolidation. It's hard not to bring up Microsoft and their acquisitions because they're the ones having the biggest impact. They're the ones being the most disruptive. And, they're the ones that are basically not forcing, but, well, I guess, yeah, they are forcing certain things to change. So it's hard not to bring that up, but I've spent way too much time in the past year and a half or so talking about Microsoft and their business strategies and their, that side of the coin. It's, again, in the name of competition, it's hard not to, but even so, it's just like, now that this is over, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, and I'm curious to see if you agree or disagree with me. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but ever since Sony signed that deal, they're a little bit more vocal already. Like, as soon as they sign that deal, we get a bunch of Spider-Man news, a bunch of Spider-Man drops. And then now we're getting more good news. Sony's coming out and they're being like, yo, we want to give you an update on PS5 sales. We're going to be at China Joy. It's like you can, I could be off base here, but I just start to kind of get this feeling a little bit where it's like, interesting. You're saying it's just a coincidence? It absolutely could be. You're right. I don't want to get ahead of myself and assume to know. But I guess I'm just saying that I feel like there's been a slight shift of energy, if that makes sense. Like, I can pick up on it a little bit. And it makes me happy. It does, because it's like, it just seems like Sony is back in that, they're back in the saddle, so to speak, right? Where it's like, they're in that position. The only thing that they really should do now going forward is, how do we keep the positive conversation around PlayStation going? Think about that. That's because how can Sony manage to do that before they signed that deal? They couldn't. They could to a certain extent, but Sony couldn't do that because they had to. There are multiple reasons. Number one, they wanted to fight this thing. They wanted to try to stop it. Number two, they knew that some dirt was going to come out, and they have two options: damage control or stay silent, and they decided to stay silent. Number three, they probably did feel like we have to hold back at least a little bit. Like, we can't come out here beating our chest, because if we do, we're just confirming everything Microsoft is saying about us, and everybody who's trying to stop us from stopping them. That's why it's such a relief that it's over, where it's like, all that's gone now. Now it's like, hey man, go do what you do, but get back in the saddle. Basically. You're saying, still curious why people think Sony is holding back because of ABK. Like, did you watch the gaming news? The talk was about cloud gaming only, not games anymore. Again, knowing that Sony's kind of a conservative company, I wouldn't be surprised if Sony was just being overly protective in a way, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but for lack of a better word, a little bit overprotective and like, well, we could probably get away with doing this, and that, but just to play it on the safe side, just so we don't ruin any chance we may have, and like, we'll see. I guess what I'm trying to communicate here and what I should be saying. Let me articulate this a little bit better. It is nice, truly, that the week after Sony signs this deal and they're no longer involved, it is genuinely very nice. Almost immediately after, we're getting some good news, some exciting news. Like, it feels like Sony's actually, like, they're speaking to me now again. Like, oh, what's that? You're saying which deal? The Call of Duty deal. Probably should have made that clear. Maybe some people aren't aware. Talking about the Call of Duty deal that Sony signed for 10 years on PlayStation, which means they're no longer involved. They're done trying to stop Microsoft. But yeah, I should have made that clear. And it's just really cool that it's like, okay, like I don't know. I just feel like this is the Sony that I know, right? Like, this is the Sony that I enjoy, and you know, it just feels like we're kind of getting back to that normality that, well, what we would call normal for PlayStation, which is talk to the fans a little bit here, you know, like give it, you know, get the conversation and push it in a more positive direction because you're PlayStation. You know, like the conversation around PlayStation, a video game platform, should mostly be positive. You know, it's understandable if, like, occasionally it's got to be negative. It can't always be good news, but it's been just so long with so much negativity and so much quiet silence. So it's nice, man. It's a breath of fresh air. Benino, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying MBG, they will get outbid and also maybe even blocked. You are correct about that. That is another aspect of this that I do need to acknowledge, and that is the reality of Sony buying, at least if they were to try to acquire a bigger publisher, they could get blocked. They could. They still are the market leader. You know, if Sony were to announce they were acquiring a publisher, I don't think they would realistically be able to do that until the Activision deal is officially closed, like done and over, like now Microsoft owns them. So then Sony can say, if the regulators get all over Sony, like, hey, just so you know, like, you know, like this is what our competition's doing, so we should be allowed to do this. That would have to be, and you know what? That's another, I want to say this too. I don't know that I would look forward to that at all. You know, there's been so much talk about like regulators, politics, practically. It's just like the idea of Sony going through that entire process. I don't know that would be something I would feel very good about covering, because it just would kind of feel like this again. You know what I mean? Even though it's you know, in Sony's direction or in Sony's favor, I should say, it still would be quite annoying. And that's where it's like, when I talked to you about Sony, at the very most, you know, with that chat I got earlier, I think I would very much prefer to see Sony focus on like larger studios, if anything, like not publishers. I just don't think Sony needs a publisher, man. Like, I can understand why they want a publisher, but the need, I don't think so, dude. I don't. I feel like Sony can do more with less. I do. I think they've proven. I think Sony has proven they can do more with less. And the thing that they do is they grow. You know, they grow it. You give them less, they'll grow it over time. I think that's Sony's greatest strength. I do. I was recently listening to it was actually a really great conversation. It was on Last Stand Media. It was a kind of a crossover, because on Last Stand Media they got an Xbox podcast and a PlayStation, and they combined their two podcasts to have like a discussion about the ABK deal. I think it was like put out for free recently. I'd recommend watching. It's a pretty good conversation. And you know, I listen to Colin Moriarty a lot, and he said something recently that I just thought it was such a great point that I haven't heard anybody make. At least I haven't come across it. I haven't even made this argument myself. I was like, yeah. Like, I mean, what do people say to that? he basically said, like, when, people bring up, or at least they have been bring up, like, well, Sony started this, right? Like, Sony acquired studios over time. We can't call Sony's growth organic because, Sony, they bought all their studios practically. And Colin, like, started just naming off a couple of studios here and there. And he was like, Guerrilla Games. He's like, when Sony bought Guerrilla Games in like 2004 or 2005, what did people lose? He's saying Killzone was already in development. It's already in development for PlayStation. What did people lose? And he said the same thing about Sucker Punch, I think in 2011. Like, these infamous games were already in development for PlayStation. He was saying, like, what are people losing when Sony bought these studios? And I think that's a truly fantastic point and argument, or question, not even an argument, a question to ask. Because I was actually thinking about it. I'm like, no one lost anything. But what happened to those studios, right? Look at Guerrilla today. Look at Sucker Punch today. I just think that's articulating that point in that way, phrasing it with that asking that question, it just really caught my attention, because I was just like, it's that simple. Like, it same thing with Naughty Dog. Like, I mean, really, what did people lose when Sony acquired Naughty Dog in 2001? You could make the argument now that Naughty Dog has put out games like Uncharted, The Last of Us Part 2. There's a big HBO series. You could say, well, they lost all that, but how do we know that? How do we know that Naughty Dog would have ever been able to pursue any of those things if it wasn't for Sony growing them the way that they did? You can't prove it. It's But what we can prove, and what we can say definitively, is when we look back when Sony acquired those studios, we can evaluate what exactly did they lose. Generally speaking, not much of anything at all. And that's not to speak down on the studios. It's just the art, the point is that this is what Sony does. And it's what they do best. And it's what they should, I think it's what they should do, but it's what I hope they continue to do, because they're just too good at it. This is why I say, like, I don't see why Sony would need to buy a publisher and bring them on and say, like, well, do your thing. I mean, I get maybe just from a pure volume standpoint, maybe, like, if the future really is going to be subscription services, and in the distant future, everybody's just playing PlayStation games through PlayStation Plus on their devices and not consoles, and suddenly Sony is putting their games day and day. If that really ends up being the future, which I don't know, I'm not convinced at all that it will be, but if so, maybe then it makes more sense. It's like, you got to feed the beast now. You need constant content pumped out. But even then, Sony made it clear, like, we're pursuing live service games. Like, live service games, that's our answer for just constant revenue. And even though it's not subscriptions, like, you're not subscribing to a service, you're staying with the game, and you're spending money over time on the game. What is the difference between that and a subscription service? Instead of getting multiple different games, you're getting one game with all new content all the time. So I don't know why I'm kind of like just going in these different directions now, kind of spitballing here, basically allowing these super chats to take me off in these different directions. But yeah, man, it's that's basically what it comes down to for me personally. I hope that Sony just continues to do what they do best, because they're just too good at it to stop. They're too good at finding these studios that they know have the potential, bringing them in, and giving them the room and the resources and the time to grow. When Sony does that, we see the results, man, and the results are truly something special, in my opinion anyway. Saying we're going to miss those single-player bangers. No, they're still coming, dude. that's a misconception. I know it seems so bad where it's like Sony's putting 60%. They're investing 60% into live service. And honestly, the reason why it's skewed like that is because how many live service games does Sony have? Not real. I mean, not many. Like maybe MLB The Show, Gran Turismo. That's like about it, really. Compared to how many single player games does Sony have? And then when you realize that actually they have way more single player than multiplayer or live service, you kind of see where it's like, well, if they're looking to even the playing field, where they want, an even amount of single player and live service games, you're going to need to put more investment into the thing that you don't have much of. It's just naturally how it goes. But also the misconception with the single player games, even though it seems like Sony's, when you read like Sony's only investing 40% into single player, keep in mind that doesn't mean they're shrinking what they're doing in single player. They're not actually shrinking it. The reason why the live service has grown is because they have they have more studios now. They've added more studios like Haven, like Firewalk, and whoa, geez, Leia, she just came out of nowhere. They've added these studios to their portfolio that have to be considered with these metrics. And these two studios, and yeah, they have Bungie as well. These studios are working on live service multiplayer games. So, Leia, she just came out of I didn't even know she was next to me. Leia just jumped on my lap and kind of scared me a little bit. I was like, the hell? But yeah, there's Leia stopping by again, saying hi, and then she's gone. All right, let me see here. I'm sorry, I'm taking forever with these super chats. Where are we at? So Nick X, you're saying, as a hardcore fan of PlayStation, I can't have Sony lose Capcom. They need to bag them up first. Just my opinion. Everything else is the cherry on top. That is another part of this conversation that we haven't really had. The idea that Sony could lose more. They will. I hate to be the one to say that. Like, I hate to say that, but the reality of consolidation is people are going to lose more now than ever before. And that's why when I say Sony's getting more serious, they're hiring somebody for to pursue acquisitions. I mean, do you think this is in the name of, again, like I know this is the marketing that Microsoft uses, but it's not real. Like it's just marketing. The marketing that they use is, we can't wait to bring more games to more people. Like I get it, like PC and cloud. I get why you're saying that, but come on, like we know, but what does that mean for PlayStation players? It means you're going to get less now. And that's fine. Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Again, you guys know me. Like, I don't have a problem with exclusivity. It's just that it might get messy. That's the point. Like, it might start to get really messy going forward, because people are, if this escalates in the way that it's looking like it's going to, which I think it's definitely going to, you're just going to start seeing more games leaving more platforms than ever before. And again, I referenced it earlier. It's like, are we at war? Like, yeah, we are. So this is the fight. And that's, like, they're fighting over content. They're fighting over IP. They're fighting over ownership. They're fighting over exclusivity. Just in a much bigger scale than we've ever seen. So, this idea of losing Capcom. Well, I do want to say this. One of the things I mentioned earlier, and I've mentioned before, is, and it's always worth reiterating, these companies have to want to sell. They have to want to sell. Capcom is on top. They're doing phenomenal, dude. They might decide to sell. They might. Just because a company's doing well doesn't mean they won't sell. Keep that in mind. I mean, when I look at like Take-Two Interactive, Take-Two has Grand Theft Auto 6, and that is kind of an anomaly, and that is what makes me confident that I don't think Take-Two cares at all. Like, they're just like, dude, we have GTA. We don't need anybody ever. Like, we're fine. We'll just take all the money, and we'll be independent with that money. Capcom, yeah, like, you know, they're probably feeling a similar way right now. Where it's like, Capcom, we're doing better than we ever have. We'll take all the money and we'll keep our independence. We'll get the best of both worlds. But Capcom's fallen on some hard times before. They know what it's like to struggle, and they know how volatile the market is. And they don't have something like GTA 6. You know, like, I mean, Capcom has a lot of very strong IP, but they don't have something that's just an absolute bulletproof, foolproof, you're untouchable guaranteed. Almost nobody does. That's why I'm saying GTA 6 is kind of an anomaly. GTA 6 truly is like, you are untouchable completely and entirely. So I guess I'm just saying that Capcom could, yeah, I mean, look at Exoprimal. I haven't played it, and no hate on the game, but it just seems like it's not doing very good at all. So it just goes to show that, like, you know, there's still going to be misses from time to time. Sometimes you just got to hope those misses aren't big. Capcom could take the approach, they could have the mentality where we're on top, we could get the most money now if we sell, if we try, if we float around and say, hey, just so you know, like, we're willing to sell. It'll be a high price, but we're willing to sell. We got that value, you know? And that, again, it's just it's a messy thing, man. It is. It's a messy situation with the gaming industry right now. So I'm hopeful Capcom doesn't get purchased. I would prefer Capcom remain independent. I don't want Sony to get them. I don't want Microsoft. I don't want anybody to get Capcom. I want Capcom to just stay as they are. I think that would be the best outcome. Ghost, you're saying MBG. So last we heard they have $13 billion for acquisitions. Tell us who you would like. WB Games, $4 billion. Ubisoft, $4 billion. Capcom, $8 billion. Square, $5.5 billion. Any others? Well, if we're talking, like, so if you're asking me the question, like, if Sony, no matter what, is going to buy a publisher, and let's just assume all these publishers would be willing to sell, like, it's going to happen. Which one would I personally want? It's a good question. I'm more inclined to lean towards a Japanese publisher because I just feel like not only is Sony more likely to go after a Japanese publisher, but I just feel like that would benefit Sony more than a Western publisher because, I mean, one of the biggest complaints about modern day PlayStation and PlayStation this generation is it seems like Sony has really kind of, it's not that they've neglected their, Japanese roots or anything like that. It's just, it just hasn't been as strong, really. And I think that, the idea of, I think from a PR perspective as well, if you think about it, like Sony, if they were to acquire a Japanese publisher, it would just automatically feel less gross. I don't know what word, the people who were going to complain. I mean, let's get something straight here. If Sony ever does acquire a publisher, there will be Xbox fanboys in droves screaming from the rooftops about how this should not be allowed. Sony is wrong. Sony can't be allowed to buy publishers. Or if it's not that, again, they'll say, like, I guess PlayStation fans are just okay with Sony buying with acquisitions. Like I said, that will happen. But I think from a PR perspective, and from a they say perception is reality. The perception of Sony, a Japanese platform holder acquiring a Japanese publisher like Square or Konami or Capcom, I think it just naturally would get less flack overall, where it's like, yeah, It kind of makes sense, at least a little bit of sense. So I like that's I feel like that would be different than Sony just coming out and being like, we bought WB, or like we've acquired WB's gaming arm or something, or Ubisoft. I don't know. I just don't think that it would look as good. So if I had to choose, I mean, Capcom would be massive. I won't lie about that. If Sony were to actually strike a deal with Capcom, they could afford it. Like, Capcom is actually one of the more affordable. That would be massive. I think, I will say this. I think if a publisher was ever acquired by Sony, and this is another reason why I don't know that it would happen, the more I think about it, I think Sony would alter that publisher greatly. Like, I don't think Sony would take the same approach as Microsoft, where you know how Microsoft is like, we're going to be like mostly hands off, and you guys are like a well-oiled machine. We're just going to let you do what you want, and hopefully it'll work out. No, I think Sony's very much like, oh, you are Sony now. And because of that, we are going to, well, you know what? Hold on though. Let me back that up, because I keep forgetting, man. I keep forgetting. Then again, Sony bought Bungie and they took the opposite approach. Yeah. See, I don't know why, man. Like, my brain, there's like a blank spot in there where I do talk about it relatively frequently, but yet sometimes I still just kind of forget, like, oh wait, they're a PlayStation studio. It just doesn't feel like they are, So actually, knowing that, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe Sony, maybe it is just about ownership at this point. Maybe Sony's approach to an acquisition would simply be, we're going to own you, and we're only going to get involved if you need us to, or if things seem like they're starting to struggle, and we need to make some, important decisions. But you guys are good. We just want to own you so we don't lose you, and we'll take the money and that you make. We'll leverage your content. Could be that, man. It could be. It's a good question, though. Josh Z, thank you for the 10, man. You're saying not a lot of people know this, but quite often the reason for remastering and remakes is to prevent the lapse of trademarks as part of IP law, especially older IPs. Disney is the best example right now. I had no idea. That's actually really, really interesting insight, Josh. I would have never guessed. I always was under the assumption that these things just happen because money, which I'm sure that is a part of it, but it makes me wonder. I don't know, man. Again, we talk about remakes, we talk about remasters. One of the reasons truly why I don't know that I am that against remakes and remasters. I mean, of course, sometimes it's too much, but one of the reasons is, I mean, people talk about game preservation all the time. That is a great way, in a way, to kind of preserve games, right? In an industry where it just seems like, generally speaking, the industry doesn't really care that much about game preservation. That is one way of doing it, at least for some games. But I totally get it. I totally get why people are like, look, man, we need new stuff. And that's one of the things, again, like, this is another reason why I don't mean to come off. I apologize if I come off a bit overly defensive when it comes to Sony right now. I'm not trying to sound that way, but this is kind of what I mean, where it's like, Sony for the past decade has done like a phenomenal job. And I mean that, like a genuinely phenomenal job. Excuse me, of creating new IP internally. I think it's just kind of weird how, like, we start off the PS5 generation with some sequels, and people are just automatically like, well, I guess, that's all Sony is now. It's like, dude, the new IP that we got, like Ghost of Tsushima, Days Gone, RIP. I mean, I really wish that was a new IP that we were going to see more of, speaking of sequels, but, you know, Days Gone, Horizon Zero Dawn, these games took literally like 5 to 6 to 7 years to make, man. And it's just kind of comical to me. Yeah, and Returnal's another. Yeah, we did get a new IP, a really good one at that. This generation, it's just, to me, it's kind of weird that people are so quick to run with these specific narratives and make it and just ignore like reality and facts. You know what I mean? Like, just so you know, Sony does have new IP in development. It's just going to take a long time. Like, do you want a good game? Do you want a good big AAA game? Like, I'm pretty sure that's safe to say that's what people want from PlayStation, or at least most people who, you know, follow PlayStation Studios. It's going to take time. And I don't want to say Sony doesn't get enough respect for that. It's not a matter of respect. It's just, I think people are too quick to not fully grasp like just how good of a job and how kind of rare, like, dude, Ghost of Tsushima and Horizon Zero Dawn are huge hits, like mega hit games. When I say mega, I mean, you know, comparatively, relatively speaking. Like, there are games bigger than those, but I'm just, you know, for single platform studios that have, you know, something to prove, that are not really known for those types of games necessarily, especially with Guerrilla. I just don't think people really fully grasp like how rare that is, how difficult that is, and how, I don't know, I think they just have to cut Sony a little bit of slack here, where it's like, guys, I mean, and again, even Days Gone, dude, Days Gone was a big commercial success. I really, look, I know people blame Sony. Listen to me. I know people blame Sony for not getting a Days Gone 2. And I guess ultimately the buck does stop with them. But a little bit of understanding goes a long way. It wasn't actually Sony that said no to Days Gone 2. Like, it wasn't Herman Hulst. It wasn't Jim Ryan. The actual studio, Sony Bend, had infighting where like half the studio didn't want to do a sequel and the leadership up top did want to, and ultimately the part of the studio that didn't want to do it won that internal battle. And the, you know, Jeff Ross and John Garvin, those were like the heads of Sony Bend. They left and new management took over, and they were like, we're going to do new stuff now. You know, we're going to do something brand new. And I think that's important to understand, because in my opinion, Sony kind of did the right thing, where they're like, we don't want to overstep our boundaries. We want to respect the studio and kind of almost treat them, they give them a certain amount of independence, where it's like, we want you guys to figure this out and sort out what you want to do, because we can't get a proper Days Gone sequel if half the if like a portion of the studio is like pissed off at the leadership for whatever reason. You know, like, we got to sort this out. And that's you know, that it just goes to show, man, like, video game management and creation, I'm not directly involved with it, but you can clearly see how difficult it can actually be, man. And I just wanted to mention that, because it's like, sometimes it's not as simple as we think. It's not as simple as, well, you know, Days Gone didn't review good enough, so Sony said, F it, get that shit out of here. It's really not that simple. And who knows, Days Gone might come back one day. I want to remind everybody, and this is how you know it's not Sony, man. Sony sees the value in the Days Gone IP. They put that game on PC, and they're giving it a fucking movie. Days Gone is getting a movie, dude. Like, it just goes to show, man, like, Sony, they can't they have to be hands off enough with their studios to let them do what they want. They got to keep their studios happy. They got to keep the developers in the studio happy and working as one unit, man. So hopefully one day you You're saying I didn't even know they're getting a movie? Yeah, dude, I'm not kidding. It was announced that Days Gone is getting a movie. It might get canceled. We haven't heard much of it, but they announced that years after, dude. Like, I think Sony might want to try to do more with the Days Gone IP in the future. It's kind of sad, though. It's kind of sad. I mean, I really would have loved to see what Sony Bend could have done with the Days Gone 2, but, you know, these things happen sometimes. You're saying this doesn't make sense because you told us Sony expects it in the 90s. You know, it's when we first heard reports about, just to clarify, when we first heard reports about like why we didn't get a Days Gone 2, there were like rumblings and rumors that it was because Sony was unhappy with the critical reception. But it's like we've learned a lot more over time about like what the hell happened with Sony Bend, and basically it seems like that made it easier for Sony to just let John Garvin and Jeff Ross go, where it's like, we're glad you guys had a commercial hit, but it still didn't review very good. But I think generally it was like, it was basically revealed over time that there was just infighting in the studio, dude. There was just strife and tension and problems, and that's that, man. It seemed like they basically had, like, Sony Bend basically got a reboot internally. That's basically what happened to that studio. They got a reboot. They have a whole new culture now, you know? And I really, I want to say this. I'll say this, and I'm gonna keep moving on with these super chats. I really, really, really hope that when we see Sony Bend's new IP, it lives up to something great, because whatever this new IP is that they reveal, it's going to be compared to what could have been Days Gone 2. So I guess what I'm trying to say is whatever this new IP is that they're working on, it either, in my opinion, has to be as good as whatever Days Gone 2 would have been, or better. Hopefully better. That's because if it's any less, dude, oh, that's going to be bad. I won't lie, I'm nervous about that, because there was a rumor a long time ago, and I don't know if this is true. I'll just mention this since we're on the topic of Bend Studio. There was a rumor that Sony Bend is working on a stealth action game that basically combines like Metal Gear Solid 5 and Splinter Cell and Hitman. And it's going to be like a type of single player game that you can also play cooperatively. They're not doing Men in Black. Oh my god, dude, that would be. I don't know, dude. I would throw up, dude. If Sony Bend was making a Men in Black game, I would just throw up. I'd be like, what? How did we get here? How did we get here? But that's the last rumor I heard, that it's set in like the I think the 60s, like during like the Cold War. I think it was the 60s, and it's basically gonna be like a stealth action game, which would be incredible, dude. Like if that's what Sony Bend is working on, that sounds fucking phenomenal. So I really hope that's what they're working on. That, like, to me, if they execute on that concept, that would be better than Days Gone 2, in my opinion. And if you think about it, Sony doesn't really have, I mean, Sony used to rely on like Metal Gear exclusivity to an extent to kind of fill in that, you know, that kind of like stealth action genre. But you know, if they can do it on their own, and you know why else I believe that? You know why else I believe Sony Bend might be working on something like that? Because look at their history. Sony Bend is known for you're saying that got debunked. Are you sure? When did that get debunked? You know, maybe you're right about that. There's been so many different rumblings. Jay Shako, if you could point me in the direction of when and where that got debunked, But yeah, they have a history with Siphon Filter. Let me see here. Rashdom V2. You're saying really unfair. You're associating OG faithful Final Fantasy fans like me with console wars, and you're new to the series. Final Fantasy 16 is a great game, but it isn't a traditional Final Fantasy JRPG game like the older ones or 7 Remake / Rebirth. All right, you know what? Yeah, you're right, Rashdom. You're right. I should probably clarify, because I did say this earlier when I was talking about Final Fantasy. When I talk about people, when I said like people crying about how Final Fantasy isn't really enough of a Final Fantasy game, I want it to be understood, and I should have made this clear. I'm not talking about people like genuine fans and people who genuinely care, like yourself and many others. Like, I actually totally respect and appreciate and understand how when there is a fan base that's been with something for such a long time and it makes such a dramatic shift that, you know, they're going to have some feelings about it. And I think that it's totally fine for them to express those feelings and have those conversations. The people that I'm referring to are the trolls. That's who I mean. Like when I say the people crying, like people who don't actually give a shit. The people who are just pretending on the internet to, you know, to dogpile, to inflate problems, make them seem worse than they actually are. And ultimately, and this is the worst part about those types of people, they are actually the ones silencing the people like yourself and others, like the actual real fans who have genuine criticisms or concerns. They don't get heard because it's the vocal minority of just animals, basically. People acting like animals, just screaming at the top of their lungs. You know, like those are the people that unfortunately end up getting the most attention and the most seen and heard. And then before you know it, like, everybody just comes to a conclusion that, oh, well, you know, there's your average Final Fantasy fan. Like, not at all, dude. You know, like it just removes the ability to have decent conversation. I even saw, you know, but it goes the other way. Rashdom V2, it goes the other way where people who do like the game can get so defensive about it. And I actually, you know, this is why I kind of take back what I said, because I realize like I'm veering into that territory by being like, oh, you're just crying about it. Like, that's not fair. Like, that's not, because that's me making a blanket statement like that is like I am removing nuance. And that's where I'm trying to get better at not doing that, because that's quite the opposite of what I'm trying to achieve. The reality, the truth for a game like Final Fantasy 16 is it was always going to be divisive. And I think that on both sides, if you're somebody who really loved the game, if you're somebody who really didn't like it and maybe even can't stand it, I think that there are good points to be made on both sides. The problem is when you can't hear those points because there's, you know, you get the two imbeciles who are just throwing rocks at each other, screaming, and that's what everybody's looking at, and that's what everybody's hearing. And I feel like, you know, that happens constantly with everything. And unfortunately, that is the shit that gets the most attention. So I'm glad you called me out on that, Rashdom, because you're right. That is not fair of me to do. I did remove the nuance. I did remove the important aspect of any good conversation / discussion, and that is that there's room for both sides to be heard and for some good points to be made, hopefully, on both sides. And so, yeah, man, I mean, I personally loved it. I really enjoyed it, but you know, when I hear people, because I've come across some people where they're like, hey, it's just, to me, this isn't really what Final Fantasy is about. It's difficult for me to like understand fully because I'm not, like you said, like a longtime Final Fantasy fan. But I can understand that. You know, it's not difficult for me to understand where if you play 10 plus games over the course of decades, that are kind of done a certain way and then they just change it all of a sudden or make it a lot different, it's not difficult to understand why many people potentially would be like, yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not sure what this is doing. So, but at the same time, I still feel like what they did was very good. So appreciate that super chat, man. Like I said, and see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, Rashdam. Like, I love this stuff. I love when they're, we have audience members here who they will bring stuff up, man, and they will try to hold me accountable. They will, keep me honest, keep me on my toes, and that is necessary because I'm not I'm a human being, man. I'm not perfect, and so I appreciate that. Let me see here. We have Zenzo76 saying, Final Fantasy 16 is not an RPG, which bothers people. Good otherwise. Yeah, you know what? It makes me wonder. I do wonder if maybe the solution to Final Fantasy 17 to kind of like bridge this gap, maybe, or like blend the best of both worlds. I don't know if it'll be possible. I mean, I just wonder if they can retain the kind of action-based combat and keep it feeling as smooth and as kind of like fast-paced as it was, which is what I really liked about it, but simultaneously add more depth in terms of like, we're going to have more RPG mechanics in this game. I don't know. I feel like that's maybe the challenge, but that to me sounds like if there's any feedback that I think the team should, what is it? Creative Business Unit 3. If there's any feedback they should maybe take and try to consider, like maybe we can sprinkle in more RPG aspects. You're saying Rebirth is that? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. And maybe that's the problem, though. Like maybe the problem is, I don't know. I'm curious to know from the Final Fantasy fans that like the more RPG, they expected a more traditional RPG. Is Final Fantasy VII Remake / Rebirth, like, in your opinion, is that the perfect blend of action and RPG elements? MBG, you can't seriously not notice a clear pattern of fake outrage. Look at all the Sony releases: FF16, RPG, Ragnarok DLC, Spider-Man graphics, Horizon, The Last of Us, GT7. There's always some fake bullshit. Well, that's the thing, dude. Everything you just mentioned, it's really funny. I see a lot of people saying near perfect. Really quick, I want to answer what Shelly said because I think this is interesting and worth pointing out. But just to finish my thought, I almost wonder if they decided not, because like I'm almost trying to imagine what if Final Fantasy 16 was just Final Fantasy 7 Remake mechanics. But maybe they just really felt like that's not. I don't know, like that's not like they have to differentiate it. They don't just want to rinse and repeat what they did with 7 Remake. They want to try to do something genuinely new. So I can like respect it from that angle, but I don't know, man. I do wonder myself. Maybe Final Fantasy VII's mechanics are the future of Final Fantasy in general. Like it is truly the best, because even as somebody who doesn't play turn-based, even I was like, this is incredible. Like this system is so fucking good and so rewarding in all the best ways. So I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting. You're saying Final Fantasy 16 is perfect the way it is, except some side quests. Yeah. I mean, that's where it's tough, man, because it's like I don't know. I guess I just kind of feel like, for me personally, I'm okay with Final Fantasy 16 being the way it is because we have Rebirth coming, and it's like Rebirth I expect will feel different than 16. I guess I'm interested to see what they do with 17 whenever that happens. But really quick, Shelly, to get back to what you said here, because you bring up something good here. Again, just to read what you said, you're saying, MBG, you can't seriously not notice a clear pattern of fake outrage. Look at all of Sony's releases. Final Fantasy 16, it's RPG. Ragnarok, it's DLC. Spider-Man, it's graphics. Horizon, The Last of Us, GT7. There's always some fake bullshit. Here's the thing, Shelly. And to me, this perfectly highlights the problem with internet culture, in not just in 2023, but just generally. Like I don't know that it was always this way. Maybe it always was this way, but it's been this way for a while, and it's likely going to stay this way. And my hope is to change that, at least here in our section, our little corner of the internet. All of the things you mentioned, believe it or not, they're valid. And I know some people's gut reaction to that is, no, that's bullshit. No. There are people who turn it into bullshit. That is important to understand. There are people who turn it into bullshit. For example, when GT7 came out, there was a problem that people identified. And when I say people, I'm talking about some players, not all players, but enough that they were like, Sony, why'd you, like, Polyphony Digital, why did you change this? The system you had for your games, your last game, was fine. You changed it, and it seems like you changed it so you could maybe get more money. And that just feels kind of gross. It seems like this is maybe being stacked against us to a degree. But then there were other players who said, I don't think it's a problem, man. Like, I'm grinding just fine. But what happens is there's then another group of people that have nothing to fucking do with Gran Turismo 7. They don't care about Gran Turismo 7. They don't play Gran Turismo 7. They're never going to play Gran Turismo 7. They are here for another reason entirely. And that is to take what could have been some valid criticism, some important criticism, some criticism that is maybe necessary to get across to the developers so they can make the necessary adjustments and hear the proper feedback. And they want to distort everything and cause complete chaos and convince you, me, and everybody in between that they fucked up. This is fucking trash. Sony fucking sucks. Gran Turismo sucks. They just want to fucking milk us dry. And there's just no room for anything other than that. And they are the loudest. They're the most vocal. And unfortunately, a lot of times, especially when it's in the moment happening and enough people get involved with it, the perception becomes the reality. So like you mentioned Ragnarok DLC. I know it seems like that's not valid. But here's the thing. There are two types of people. Let's say you're not speaking to people on the internet. Let's just say you're in a store. Let's say you're in a Walmart, a GameStop, wherever. And you're browsing the shelves, and somebody walks up or somebody's next to you. They pick up God of War Ragnarok and they're like, I just played the new God of War. Is this the sequel? Maybe it seems like it might be DLC. I don't know. It looks a lot like the other game. Is it just a reskin? Is it just DLC? Imagine that person turns to you and you can tell like they genuinely are not sure. Like they're like, I don't know if this is is this an expansion? Especially because you got something like Miles Morales that exists, right? Well, Miles Morales is $40. That's kind of like a sequel, but it's cheaper. But then we have Ragnarok and that's why is that $70? The point is you could have a conversation with that person. Like you could talk to that person and be like, well, actually, it's a continuation and it is a full-blown sequel. It's going to be a 25 to 30, possibly 35-hour experience, and you're going to maybe revisit some same areas, but there's new areas in there. There's new moves. There's a whole new story. The point is the people with genuine questions and concerns, like that are not trolls, that are not bullshit, they get like thrown to the side, dude, by these loud, obnoxious fuckheads, really, all the time. And the reality is, the second type of person that I was going to describe, they'll pick up God of War Ragnarok and they'll say, it's a fucking reskin cash grab DLC bullshit. And they'll toss the game to the side. And they're not looking to have a conversation. They're looking to tell you. And what happens when that person walks into the room? Well, inevitably, there's going to be somebody else in that room that feels the need, I got to fucking stand up and say something. You're fucking wrong, pal. That's not DLC. That's a fucking great video game worth every dollar. And hence, what do you think is likely to happen? At that moment, two people are going to clash and people are going to look at them clashing and see what the fuck's going down. I'm giving like a real world example of like people interacting in person, but that's essentially what happens on the internet constantly, dude. Fucking constantly. Like Spider-Man 2 and the graphics, another great example, dude. You get some people that are like, damn, this looks amazing. I can't wait to play this. And that's it. They're happy and they're satisfied with what they're seeing. And then you get another person who's like, I think I expected a little bit more. I'm not sure why this game is only on PS5. It doesn't seem like it couldn't run on PS4. I don't know. Is it going to be worth it? They're just, if you were to, again, there are some people who are willing to have that conversation where it's like, well, here's why it's on PS5. They're going to improve the graphics by launch. There are some new features in this game that wouldn't be, it would kind of break the PS4. Like, you're going to move a lot faster in the city. And yeah, just again, have that conversation. Maybe that person is sold. Maybe they're not. Like, maybe they're like, okay. No, I'm good, man. It's like, fine. Just a normal conversation. Like, just people making decisions, making up their minds. Like, I'm excited for this game. Yeah, I like it. Or, you know what? I think I'll pass. And then I'll go the other way. I will go the other way. And then you get an obnoxious person that comes in and they're like, let me fucking tell you why Spider-Man 2 is going to fucking shit on everything. Even your grandmother, okay? That's how next level Spider-Man 2 is. And it's like, let me ask you, who's gonna engage with that person? Very likely the person on the opposite end who believes Spider-Man 2 looks like fucking trash. It's just the hyperbolic nature of human beings at times, including myself. I've gotten that way, and I don't know. I guess maybe it's just now I see things. To clip that for short. Yeah. No context whatsoever. And that's where it's like, I'm tired of all that shit, dude. It's not fun. It's not interesting. And most importantly, it's just straight up disrespectful to video games, to this art form, to this medium. And that's, I think, what pisses me off more than anything, even about myself and in my past behaviors at times, where it's like, man, like, people can be passionate and they can express themselves and have their opinions and have their feelings and their thoughts, and that's all great, but there needs to be at least a little bit of fucking respect, man. Like, just a fucking ounce of respect. Just enough to acknowledge that, like, look, man, you don't have to love it. You don't even have to like it. But just at least respect the fact that some people do. And, if you want to engage in conversation, go for it. But the second it turns into just who can fucking yell the loudest, who can dunk on who the hardest, it's just not fun anymore. It's just, well, now you're doing something completely different. Now you're just fighting. Now you're just arguing. There's no more discussion here. So, that's why I was pointing out what Rashdam said, because it's like, I'm glad you caught me on that. And, again, you guys are going to have to continue to catch me because I'll do it from time to time. Like I said, I'm a human. And, sometimes people, their passion does lead them to sometimes, make mistakes. Now, when I say make mistakes, I mean behave in a pretty abrupt manner, and that's, again, I'm guilty of that myself. But, the more I really think about, like, what is this about? Like, this is about gaming. And what's gaming supposed to be about? Well, gaming's supposed to be about who can dunk on who the hardest, right? Gaming's supposed to be about laughing at people and making fun of them and getting into arguments with them, right? Isn't that what gaming's supposed to be about? No. Maybe for some people. I mean, it's not my place to deter. Like, if there are groups of people that actually enjoy doing that, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to do that. I guess I'm just saying that I wish things could be a little bit more compartmentalized, where there's those groups of people who it's like, they want to like get in virtual fist fights over a game. And then there's like, people over here where it's like they just want to have a conversation about a game. And I feel like sometimes on the internet, it can be difficult to do that, But it is what it is, man. We're figuring it out. You're saying what gaming is supposed to be about is becoming less and less about what the gaming industry is about. What's the happy medium? I'm glad you asked. Excuse me, Capono. I don't know why I'm burping so much. I'm glad you asked, Capono. In my opinion, the happy medium is pretty simple. It's as simple as having it's what I said. It is as simple as just having a little bit of respect. If you could just have a little bit of respect. And frankly, here's the cutoff. If there is something or someone that you can't respect at all, not like you can't conjure up even just an ounce of respect, then don't engage with it. Unless you, at that point, you have to know your only intention is to start a fight and get into an argument of some kind. Because I don't know about you guys, but if you ever try to converse with people in person, in real life, and you very clearly convey that you don't have any respect for someone, and they pick up on that, it's just not good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it will only lead to bad things. At best, it'll lead to just walk away. At worst, it'll lead to fucking fists flying. That's how that works, man. Like, human beings, that's just how we are. And so that's why I really think that the simplest solution, that the middle ground, is anytime you're approaching a conversation on the internet, if you just imagine you're approaching it like you would in real life. I know most people won't ever listen to this, but maybe some people will. It's just like, just speak to a person like they're a fucking person and just respect them at least enough to do that. I think that, unfortunately, a byproduct of the internet is, and especially as it becomes more and more prevalent in our everyday lives, considering how everybody and anybody can be as anonymous as they want, it makes it easy to dehumanize. And I think that is truly at the heart of the problem with the internet in 2023, and will likely continue to be a problem going forward. It's people very, very easily dehumanize one another when you're behind a screen and have a keyboard. And it's a lot harder to do that in person, even now. But the thing is, people actually do that in person as well. Like, people still dehumanize, and I think that's just one of the worst things you can do, because it you just, once you dehumanize a person or a group of people, you're veering into territory where you're no, when you view a human being no longer as being a human being, what good can come of that? Maybe in like the most extreme circumstances, and I'm not saying it's ever justified, but the only, like, the most extreme circumstances I could say that people inherently maybe are forced to dehumanize is like in if you're like countries under attack or something, I mean, we see what's going on in the world. If your country's under attack and, there's just people being killed, military, this fucking warfare driven by politics, at that point, it's like, unfortunately, we've seen throughout history, I know this is getting like really deep here out of nowhere, but it's like, unfortunately, throughout human history, we've seen that most people, this is a scary thing, dude. Most people likely don't want to fight. Most people. Like, there are still those that do. But with the way, I don't know, with the way things work, human society, the systems that are in place, the people that are in charge of these systems, it doesn't really matter. It has to be an individual choice. I know I don't want to get deeper than that. Again, we're sticking with gaming here, but at the end of the day, my recommendation to people is just keep in mind that we're all people and try not to dehumanize anybody if you're able to, because it's if you can't stop yourself from doing that, then just don't interact. Just walk away, don't interact. It's not worth it. It's not going to lead to anything good. That's my recommendation. So I love that, man. We're at that point of the stream where I can start the conversation talking about God of War Ragnarok being DLC and Spider-Man graphics not being that good. To, 10 minutes later, I'm talking about some of the inherent, seemingly unsolvable problems of the human race. Good Vibes is saying, what caused this? I'm so lost. Well, just to get back on to the original topic. The nature of man, right? Basically, we were just talking about fake outrage and how, specifically talking about PlayStation, it just seems like every time there's a game release from PlayStation, there's just some kind of like thorn in the side of that game. With GT7, it was the microtransactions. With God of War Ragnarok, it's DLC. With Spider-Man, it's graphics, etc. And with Final Fantasy, it's like, is it RPG enough or not? And it, just all these different areas where people are just fighting and arguing. And I was basically just trying to make the point that, there are essentially two groups of people. There are those that want to fight, and there are those that want to try to understand. And my recommendation is just try to be part of the group that wants to understand, because a little bit of understanding can go a long way. And actually, once you have that understanding, it becomes much easier to determine what's best for you. That's that. All right. Let me see here. Let me get back on track. We have, I don't know how Zenzo76, I don't know, man. That short super chat just really got me going. Review Scientology USA, you're saying Shinobi 602 got a thread on newly founded game studios. Sony should consider buying up some of those studios. PlayStation needs more FPSs, WRPG games. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll check that thread out if I come across it. I'm not surprised, man. Like, this is a good time. This is actually a great time to acknowledge, like I said, that we, for the bulk of this stream, we've talked about Sony acquisitions, industry consolidation. Is there enough to go around? Well, we're seeing more studios pop up than ever before. We're seeing more veteran talent get together and form their own studios and take their ideas that maybe they could never bring to fruition under a big publisher and do it independently. And then maybe they actually are onto something great. And then another publisher's like, you could join us, and that's going to continue to happen. Like, the one benefit, there is a benefit to consolidation to a certain extent, in that Activision Blizzard King, a lot of people are going to leave those studios once they're acquired. over time. Not at once. I'm not going to say I'm not saying it's going to be like a mass exodus, nothing like that, but over time, like some, people will leave. And in doing so, they might just simply do it because it's like, you know what, I was already planning on doing this anyway. Now's the best time, and I want to form my own studio or something like that. And so, yeah, I think that'll result in more studios being created, more games being created. And I'm looking forward to that. And really quick here, we have Omen 86 coming in, swooping in out of nowhere. Omen 86. Let's get some W's. Let's get some goats in the chat. He drops 10 membership gifts. He dropped 5 earlier, and now he's dropping another 10 on us. Thank you so much, man. You crushed our goal for today. Had it set to 25, and now we are at 26 members. For that, I got to give you... Let's see. I'll give you Crazy Arnold. I haven't used Crazy Arnold yet today. And I'll give you Jim Ryan, man.
Enough from me.
Give you Jim Ryan for that.
We're going to have the games.
Thank you, man. You know what? I'll throw Snake in there, too, because I'm seeing some Snake emojis. Really appreciate that, dude.
Waiting, huh?
Keeping the membership train going. I'm actually going to update this really quick. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to update this goal really quick. I'm going to finish out these super chats, and then we're going to move on to another topic that I wanted to discuss with you guys today. See, this is why I was sure to cover my own ass at the beginning of this stream. I read to you the topics that I wanted to discuss. We're already over 3 hours in. I think it's safe to say we're not going to get to all of them, but that's why I said that. Hopefully we can still get to one juicy topic though. Let me see. We're at 26. And one last time, Omen 86. Thanks again, man. I really do appreciate all the support you guys show the channel. You guys have been just absolutely incredible with the membership gifting, becoming members, and super chats. I am fan funded here. You guys know that. And I love doing this. It's awesome. So thank you guys so much for that. And actually, really quick, before I finish these super chats, we have still over 450 people here hanging out. Thank you for that as well. Please hit that like button for me. You guys crushed 400 likes. I knew you could do it. Now let's see if we can really lock this in. Can we get 500 likes? Can we? I don't know. You guys see if you can do it. Band together, see if we can bump it up to 500 likes. If not, 450 would be great as well. Let me see here. VAFA, you're saying Final Fantasy 16 was amazing. My game of the year so far. I feel the same way, dude. Right now, Final Fantasy is my game of the year, but the more I see of Spider-Man 2, I won't lie. I know a lot of people are like, Spider-Man 2 game of the year. But really, that's kind of how I feel when I see it. I'm like, dude, it just looks so good. And I'm not saying it's like these two games should be compared. I don't mean it like that. But right now, FF16 is my game of the year just because of the amount of sheer enjoyment and just mind-blowing. Honestly, those mind-blowing boss battles. I mean, God, some of the most memorable ever. No doubt about that. So I hear you, man. Rashtam V2, again, you're saying Final Fantasy VII Remake / Rebirth is the perfect evolution of Final Fantasy being action RPG with RPG strategy and character swap / builds. Final Fantasy 16 would be perfect if it had character swap / builds, not just using Clive, and more RPG elements, in my opinion. Don't touch the gameplay, just tweak those things. I think I agree with you, Rashtam, because, the big question, even though, like, to me, Final Fantasy 16 is awesome, and it's like some of the best gameplay I've experienced. Certainly, as I said, some of the best boss battles, but I do still find myself thinking about Final Fantasy VII Remake from playing it when I was playing it last year, and I won't lie, I think that I do enjoy Final Fantasy VII Remake's systems more so than 16's. Like, I like 16's abilities and just how Clive can switch from all these abilities and how sick they are to use, but I don't know, man. I do believe that the system that's there, again, I forget what it's called, The system that is there for Final Fantasy VII Remake and what will be there for, I assume, Rebirth, it really does seem like that is the perfect hybrid. Like that is the perfect mix that is needed. And I would, you know what though? I would be totally okay with getting like, I don't know, remakes, I guess, of previous Final Fantasy games that kind of use that system. And then maybe like the newer ones stick with the more action-oriented approach. But I would like to see that too, man. Like just adding some more of those RPG elements. I don't think anybody would be opposed to that. I mean, maybe some people will, but just kind of add some more RPG depth to where they're there for people who want it, but you can actually like maybe get through the game without using it too much, if that makes sense. It's a tough balance, man. But Rashdam, I appreciate the super chats today, bud. Let me see. We have Kaiju Project. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying China Hero Project showed some great stuff. I also feel like Sony needs to lean more on WRPGs, such as TT or CD Projekt Red. I'm going to have to look more into the China Hero Project. I did see that a couple of games were announced. That's the problem when Sony does the China Hero stuff, is it kind of goes more under the radar. So even I missed it. I have to go seek those games out, check them out. And I think it's cool that they do that. You know what I do want to say? There is a PS5 bundle that apparently is now going to be available in China. 24 months of PlayStation Plus Premium. I'm pretty sure it's premium. Think about that. You buy a PS5 bundle, you get 24 months, dude. That's 2 years of PlayStation Plus. That is crazy. I would like to know how much a bundle like that would cost. I mean, in US dollars. But that is well, it'll be interesting to see if that bundle expands. But I do agree with you. I think it's going to become clear over time that Sony needs to do more, even if it's just strike deals, to get more RPG stuff. You know what I mean? I do. I think as Microsoft continues to roll out more and more RPGs, they're going to have to do that. Is my coffee done? Oh, I still got more coffee. Sorry, guys. My throat is, it's not killing me. It's just, it's so dry. It's tough, man. I hate when this happens. I feel I still have so much to say. You can hear my voice. It's getting hoarse. I'm gonna have to. I think I'm gonna have to keep the mic closer to my mouth here. I'm gonna have to speak a little bit more deeply here. I don't know, maybe a little bit more deeply, a little bit more quiet. So Kaiju Project, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate the super chat, bud. We have Jay Pierce with another super chat. Thank you, Jay. You're saying don't eat the mic. Yeah, so I can't tell if it's like too close. Jay Pierce, you're saying MBG, I can fight. Well, maybe I can't fight, but don't fight me and find out that you can't fight either. LMAO. Change the subject and make you laugh. Yeah, no, I hear you, Jay. It's sometimes I go in some weird directions with these like I don't know how these topics lead to me talking about people getting into fist fights and whether you should fight somebody or walk away. I think sometimes it's just my subconscious bleeding through. I mean, how many of you guys, if you're scrolling on the internet, at least on Twitter, I mean, I just get these random videos that pop up of just people getting into fights. Just people getting into fights. Like, there's no context or anything. It's just like fight videos. And they're always fucking crazy to me. And you know what's weird is like, when I see people fighting, and just like I could tell, like I know what it's like. You know, I've been in a few like smaller fights in my life, and none of them have been good. I don't think anybody actually won. Just shitty fights. You know, I always just see these videos, and I'm like, is it ever worth it? Is what I need to know. I mean, like maybe sometimes. You know, I see like these weird videos where people are just getting provoked, and I get it. Like, you know, people poke. When I say poking you, I mean like just doing shit. You just see these videos where it's like, is this person justified in like turning around and knocking this fucking person out? And like you look at what they're doing, and they're just like harassing them and like screaming at them, shoving them and shit. And I've seen all these types of videos where like people are like warning them, like, back the fuck off. Like, I will drop your ass. And the person just doesn't back off, and then their ass gets dropped. And it's like, well, I don't feel sorry at all for that person. But the reality is, the person who dropped that dude probably is the one that gets in trouble. And sometimes I just think like, I don't know, man, shit's just, you gotta be so fucking disciplined. You gotta be so careful, because you never know, man. You never know. Like, I'm a believer in protect yourself. Protect those that you care about at all costs, no matter what. But if you're solo, if you're out there on your own, saying self-defense is not illegal. I know, dude. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, I don't know. I hear these stories sometimes about like people who are just straight up seemingly defending themselves, and then somehow like they're in some kind of trouble. I don't know if it's because of the state they're in or whatever, but like the craziest shit is, I know in some states, and this is baffling to me. In some states, if you harm somebody physically that breaks into your home, literally breaks into your home, who knows what they could want to do? They could want to kill you. They could want to rob from you. If you do damage to them physically, there have been stories where the perpetrator sues the victim and fucking wins. Like, that's some of the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, I don't even know how is that possible? What is wrong? What is happening here? But not in a stand your ground state. Yeah, dude. And that's the thing, is like, to me, the idea of shooting somebody that's breaking into your home is well within your right. Like, how is that not within your right? That's your fucking home, bro. Like, saying, how did this topic come up? Oh, that's thanks to Jay Pierce, man. Jay Pierce knew what he's doing. He's like, I know what I can do. I know MBG's in that kind of mood where I can shift him in any direction I want. And he did. He did just that. Sorry, man. It's the nature of the beast sometimes. I talk for so long, it just becomes so easy for me to go in any direction. You're saying this is literally the case in my entire country. If you harm a robber, you get fined. That is, what country is that, dude? That is fucking insanity. How is that even a possibility, man? Oh my God. You get fined. Well, you know what? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's not as bad though. Like, are they able to sue you? That's the question I have. Because at least with a fine, it's like, whatever, man. I'll fucking pay that fine. Even though it's stupid. But the age of lawlessness is here. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Jay. Appreciate it, dude. You're saying the argument there is at some point the perpetrator is no longer a threat, and therefore physically harming them is no longer legal and becomes an execution. I get that. I get that side of it. But it's like, I think that's just kind of ridiculous. Where it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm the type of person where it's like, dude, I'm not taking any fucking chances. Like the people who, it's such a shame because like the people who take chances, man, like sometimes they get lucky and other times they get really fucking unlucky. And you see it happen all the time. And I don't know, just this idea that it's like, it just doesn't make any sense, man. Like we have to, like, we're expected to accommodate this person's crime. Like we have to work within the confines of this person's crime because the fucking system told me so. Like, what? I don't know, man. I'm just saying, if I broke into somebody's house, I am expecting to die. Just straight up. Like if first off, I would never do anything like that. I don't obviously I don't condone that shit. Don't be fucking breaking into people's homes under any circumstances. But I'm just saying, like, if I was that person, I'd be like, this is life or death. I could die, like right now, doing this. You're saying that's why I use an anti-material rifle for home defense. Oh my God. Oh, hey man. I would ask you the question, why are you using an anti-material rifle for home defense? But actually, the only question I should be asking is, why is somebody trying to break into your home in the first place? To me, that's the question that should be asked. Anyway, you're not that guy, pal. Anyway, all right, I apologize. I went way off track there. All right, let me see. We got MS is what I'll call you, because I don't think I can. Initials MS. I think I'll absolutely butcher your name if I try to say it. You're saying, hey, ABG, remember Sekiro. I know. How's the robber going to plead his case if he's dead, ABG? Great question. Yeah, is that the question I should be asking myself? Nah, it's scary shit out there, man. You gotta stay safe. Omen86 with another super chat. Appreciate it, dude. You're saying, I've been enjoying your content for ages. I felt the need to start giving support like Sony. I'm just warming up the engines. More bombs will follow. Damn, dude. Hey, you know what, Omen86? I greatly appreciate it, dude. That's a very kind gesture. I don't want anybody, including you, to ever feel like, you're pressured to support. You have to support. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I do let everybody know, like, I am fan funded. I do rely on you guys, obviously, but I don't ever want that, people to feel like, hey, if you're not up to it, and certainly if you're not able, please do not feel at all pressured. But that's very nice of you. There you go, everybody. Omen86 is saying he's more bombs will follow. So it's very kind of you, dude. Very much appreciated. Let me see. We got Prabhav A is what I'll say. I'm sorry. Some of these names I just know I'm gonna absolutely destroy them. You're saying, as much as I'm loving Final Fantasy 16, I'm 56 plus hours in. I still think Spider-Man 2 should seriously win Game of the Year, given that it absolutely deserved it in 2018. Well, that's the thing, man. I do think Spider-Man 2018 was nominated for Game of the Year. It didn't win. But Spider-Man 2, I think, is going to up the ante in a couple ways. Like, that's my expectation. I think they're going to be doing... Like, I think there are going to be some pleasant surprises within Spider-Man 2 that could very well boost it to that next level that it needs to get to. And it'll be interesting to see if it's in... I mean, I'll be honest, I think the assumption is that a game like Spider-Man 2 absolutely will be in the running for Game of the Year, right? Like, I think most people expect that. The real question is, will it win? It's going up against Zelda. I mean, that's going to be up for Game of the Year. Maybe Starfield will. Sure, others as well. So we'll see, man. We'll see. And yeah, maybe Final Fantasy 16 will be up for Game of the Year, too. Whiskey Gaming, a member for 30 months. Appreciate that, man. Long-time membership, Whiskey Gaming. You're saying, Elden Ring update. I'm 2/3 through the journey. 3, that platinum is so close I can taste it. Currently smoking a ham, enjoying a cigar, and a glass of bourbon. Also gaming on my patio, on my tablet, but joined the stream late. Cheers, chat. It's all good, man. Dude, that sounds like a great time, man. Smoking a ham, enjoying a cigar, glass of bourbon, while gaming on your patio. Hopefully you're keeping cool though. I mean, I don't know where you're at, man, but shit's been heating up, man. It's getting hot. And I'm happy to hear you're 2/3 through your journey of Elden Ring. Yeah, it sounds like you're gonna go for that platinum, dude. I never did get Elden Ring's platinum. My friend did, and he still brags about it every chance he gets. No joke. I think that's it has to easily be his most proud platinum. Like, he always brags about it. So I appreciate that update, Whiskey Gaming, and I'm glad he could be here to join the stream. Oh, you're on the last trophy you need? Damn, dude. Yeah, you're definitely going to get that. One trophy away? Hell yeah. I love that feeling. That makes sense why you said you get so close you can taste it. You know when you get so close to a platinum, you just start ramping up. You know, like you just know, like it's right there. It's right there. It's like, I guess if you're like running a race or something and you finally, you know, you're within reach, you just like tend to want to speed up. So I appreciate that, Whiskey Gaming. We got a PlayStation Pete coming in here with a super chat as well, saying, MBG, I still have my job, was only suspended, only 20 priority shards away from the Jedi Survivor Platinum. I hope you can get that Platinum, PlayStation Pete, because you've been talking to me about that for a while. And I guess they did sort out the glitch trophy, so I wish you the best with that, dude. It seems like you definitely earned it. And I'm really, really happy to hear about your job, man. That was definitely disappointing to hear. I think it was the last stream or maybe the stream before you said that you would have been laid off, which obviously sucks, dude. Like, that is such a tough break. So I'm definitely really happy to hear that. I mean, it still sucks that you're suspended, but still, it's definitely better than losing your job, man. So appreciate that update, man. And, you know, I hope things work out well at your job. I do. So thank you guys for that. So I got to move on to this topic. I meant to get to this topic much earlier, and I apologize for taking so long, but Ratchet and Clank Digital Foundry analysis, some really interesting stuff here. I have an article from PlayStation Lifestyle. Following the release of Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart on PC, folks over at Digital Foundry conducted a tech test to confirm that the game wouldn't work on PS4. Ever since Rift Apart was announced for PC, Insomniac Games has been accused of making false claims that the game can only run on the PS5's SSD, prompting some to lament the lack of a PS4 version. Turns out social media experts were fashionably wrong yet again. Following all the hoopla surrounding Insomniac's past statements, Digital Foundry's John Linneman took to Twitter to post a clip of Rift Apart running off an actual PS4 HDD with a PC just above minimum specification. And I don't know how many of you guys saw this video, but it just, the game freezes. It just straight up freezes. It just breaks. It eventually pushes through, but it breaks that part of the game when you're going through the rifts. The article continues, John Linneman noted that there are visible performance differences when running Rift Apart on an HDD rather than an SSD. While he was able to run the game with a 7200 RPM HDD on a 2900K PC, he still experienced long pauses. He added that Rift Apart is quite playable in comparison when using an SSD on a minimum spec PC, stating that the poor HDD simply cannot cope at all. In response to Linneman's tweet, Insomniac's community manager James Stevenson enjoyed a moment of saying, "Told you so." So yeah, this is again a lot of, you know, we talk about fake outrage, we talk about drama and whatnot. To me, this is all right. So look, here's the big thing that people focus on, and I'm not gonna give this much oxygen. I'm not going to give it any more oxygen than I feel it needs because we've talked about it before. You see a lot of people right now saying that Insomniac lied. Sony lied. Specifically about the PS5's SSD. Ratchet and Clank was only possible on the PS5 because of the SSD. We've talked about this. So people always try to drag me into this, and I don't know why they still do. They will clip me for all these other things, but they will never clip me when I admit that I was wrong about something, or when I admit to a mistake, or when I, update my stance on something and say, I've reevaluated. They'll never do that. And why would they, right? But I'll make it clear right now that I championed the PS5 SSD too much. I simply did. And I know that there are even still now some people that will say, no, man, you were correct, and the PS5's SSD. And, people always make the jokes like, oh, the magical PS5 SSD. Listen, man, here's the point. Sony had to market their console. The marketing team decided to go all in with marketing the PS5 SSD, and I was pretty convinced that, oh shit, this is going to do some crazy stuff. The problem is what I said earlier in a previous stream, again, which nobody will clip this. The problem was I decided to focus so much on the PS5 and its SSD and what that could do for games than the actual games themselves. And here's what it boils down to. I'll go more in depth here with this conversation, but for me and me alone, the only thing that actually matters is Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is an awesome game. That is all that mattered from day one, and that's all that matters now. I championed the PS5 SSD too hard. I fell for the marketing too hard. I don't necessarily feel like I was lied to. I just frankly feel like I just decided to run with marketing speak more so than, fuck, this game looks great and I like what it's doing. And that's on me. I could blame Sony. Like, I could say, oh, Sony and Insomniac lied, but I don't know, man. Like, that's just not how I feel. I just feel like, the game looks great. You know, like, that's probably what should be the highlight here. Regardless of whether or not it's being powered by the PS5's SSD, it's like, you know, is that the reason I'm going to play the game? No, it's not. The PS5's SSD is not the reason I'm going to play Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. The reason I'm going to play Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is because I think it looks fun. You know, like, it's as simple as that. And I've, you know, you're saying it lied, it's marketing. All right, so that's just my personal, you know, stance there. Or not stance, but I guess just my feelings and acknowledging, you know, past content, past things we've covered. So then the question does become, did Insomniac actually lie? Well, let me bring this up really quick because I don't want to misquote it. Give me 1 second here. So explaining why Rift Apart was only releasing on PS5, Insomniac Games said back in 2020 that the console's SSD made it possible to have seamless dimensional shifts and insanely fast loading, something that could not be achieved on dated hardware. Let me see. Where is the actual quote, though? Did they not? Here we go. I think I have it right here. Yeah, so PS5's screamingly fast SSD made Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart's dimensional rifts possible. So Insomniac Games' Marcus Smith has said that Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart's dimensions and dimensional rifts wouldn't have been possible without the PlayStation 5's screamingly fast SSD, and the DualSense controller is tailor-made. So here we go. Quote, Ratchet & Clank is a series that prides itself on exploration of exotic worlds and bringing you to places that you've never seen before. And that's something that we're really striving for. And the PS5 has really allowed with just increased horsepower, the number of objectives in the world and things to explore. Where? All right. Well, I don't know what they broke the quote up here. I don't know why, but the point is, it seems like specifically Insomniac's Marcus Smith is the one that is guilty of making the claim that this could only be possible by the PS5's SSD. And, you know, here's the problem with this. This is a perfect example of what I just talked about, where we can either have a conversation or or there are just going to be people that want to fight. If you take his quote, it can be taken a couple of ways. It really depends on which way you want to take it. When he says this is only possible because of the PS5's SSD, he could have just been referencing this is why it's not possible on the PS4. And Digital Foundry did just prove that to be correct. That Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart basically is broken on the PS4. However, there are many people, seemingly, again, I don't know if they're actually people who give a shit. I'm going to say they don't. They're just trolls. They just want to fight. They don't care about this game. They don't care about Sony. They don't care about any of this. They just want to be loud and obnoxious and dunk on shit. They wholeheartedly believe that what Marcus Smith said, he literally meant that this game is only possible on the PS5, nothing else. And that, look, I get it, man. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there weren't PlayStation fans and that some PlayStation fans weren't insinuating that and running with it. Again, that's the running with the marketing, going too far with the marketing, where he didn't clarify. He could have just been saying, this isn't possible on the PS4. It's only possible on the PS5 because of the SSD, right? Which is a correct statement. But there are clearly people who are going to run with that and say, well, dude, look, see, this can't run on PC. This can't run on Xbox. This can't run on PS4, and they're going to go the whole way. And obviously now that we see, like, no, it is running on PC. And not only that, if you're using a newer, like faster HDD, it's possible to play this game. It's not as seamless. It's not as good, but you could still do it. And so this is where I just think a little bit of common sense can go a long way in that, okay, well, number one, be careful with the marketing. Don't run with the marketing. Take it for what it is. Assume I don't want to say assume the worst, but be as logical as you can about it. And in this case, the most logical thing from Marcus Smith's quote from 2020 would be to assume he's probably talking about PS4. That's probably what he's talking about. And if you made that assumption, and this is where I want to hold myself accountable, I wish I would have done that. I wish I would have been smart enough to assume, you know what? He doesn't mention PC. He doesn't mention anything specifically. So maybe I should just assume he's talking about PS4. And if I had planted my flag on that and say he's talking about PS4, this cannot run on PS4, that's what he means. That's what Insomniac is saying here. I would have been completely right because that is exactly what he was talking about. But because it was left up to interpretation, I, as well as many others, maybe ran with it in different directions. And, again, I'm not going to be too hard on myself. Sometimes it's easy to get kind of caught up in the hype. However, it is worth noting that, one thing that is made clear about Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart on PC, there's a couple things. Number one, Nixxes is really good at what they do. Sony buying this studio to purposely optimize these games for PC was clearly a very smart move because Ratchet & Clank is apparently it's a pretty damn good port. It's not like perfect, but it's pretty damn good. And that's good to see because the last PC port was The Last of Us Part 1, and that was apparently a nightmare. So I'm happy to see that. Number two, it's also clear that, even though the game is on PC, I've watched Digital Foundry's like minimum spec analysis, and I like, okay, if you want to play it on the Steam Deck, that makes sense. Okay, like that's pretty cool. It's pretty impressive playing a game like Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart on the go on your Steam Deck. That's pretty awesome, even if it's at like very low fidelity, but still awesome nonetheless. However, I don't know, man. Like seeing those minimum spec or that minimum spec gameplay, that's rough, dude. Like if you're actually sitting at your PC with your monitor, I don't know, man. I guess I just wonder, like, who would want to actually experience this game this way? Like, you could clearly see, like, this is why Insomniac is like, we really recommend an SSD because it's just going to make the experience so much better. And so, it's created a bit of a fiasco, and you're saying it works fine on the Steam Deck SD card. Yeah, dude, that's where things get, again, it just kind of goes to show you, like, how the fuck did Nixxes do that? That's impressive. Like that's like to me that's actually impressive, man. Like I don't know. But I think this is a good opportunity to learn something, at least in my opinion it is. And it's that it's really easy to get caught up in the marketing hype when you're in the moment. And you live and you learn. And it's not to say that I just assume anything I hear from developers going forward is a lie. No, it's just about being more logical about it. So let me give you an example. Spider-Man 2. Insomniac, once again. What did they say recently? Recently, they showed the gameplay of Spider-Man 2. One of the things they showed was the web wings. And I think it was Miles Morales like flying through the city with the web wings, going super fast. I mean, just like fucking flying, really, through that city. And they make it clear like this is possible because of the PS5's SSD. It's one of these things where it's like, okay, we know like this specific mechanic of Spider-Man 2 couldn't work this way on PS4, or maybe couldn't even work at all on PS4. And that's that. Like that, you know what I mean? Like that's as far as that goes. And I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you. I don't think Insomniac lied. I think that what really happened was Insomniac said something, Marcus Smith said something, and I think the fans, including myself, we ran with it too far, and we basically ended up, creating a conversation and a narrative that wasn't real and turned out to be false. And see, I can admit that, because why would I not want to admit that? That's, if I'm wrong about something, I'm wrong about something. And I was definitely wrong about that. I was definitely one of those people where I was like, I think they're talking about like this is only on, like this is one of those things that can only be done on PS5, and if they try to do it on PC or anywhere else, it'll break the game, right? It's just not possible. And so I took the ball and I ran with it, so to speak, when in reality, it's like, dude, like just take it for what it is. And that narrative, and it's not just me alone, but I'm just trying to take accountability here, where it's a lesson learned, man. You have to just take things for what they are. And I failed to realize that he didn't say PC. He didn't say PS4. Insomniac didn't clarify anything except that this is made possible by the PS5's SSD. It was me and other people that chose to infer what was meant. And when we inferred, we decided to throw in not just PS4, but everything else as well. And that was where the mistake was made. And so, it's understandable that people right now are going to point that out and be like, they lied and fanboys said this. And listen, I get it. The magical the PS5's SSD isn't magical. Okay. It's not like that. At this point, I think it's safe to say there's nothing so magical about the PS5 that it can't be done on other platforms or on PC, because clearly we are seeing the opposite of that. We are seeing Sony prove that actually what we are doing on PS5, we can eventually bring it to PC as well. So that narrative is officially done and over, and I think this is just kind of one of the last remnants of a narrative that was created almost 3 years ago. And it's just, again, it's like, hey, what's the lesson to be learned here? The lesson to be learned is simply be wary of marketing speak. And if you're going to get excited about it, just take it at face value and don't add anything more to it. And that's that. So, I feel like the best thing I could say at this point is it is cool that more people are going to be able to play Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, because I played it at launch. I got the platinum for it. I really enjoyed it. It was a thoroughly enjoyable experience. I was pretty impressed overall by what Insomniac achieved with Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. It's still one of the best looking games I think I've ever played. The performance mode is great on PS5. The weapons were crazy. The gameplay was fun. A lot of stuff going on at one time on screen. So, if you get the opportunity to play it, man, I highly recommend giving it a shot. I do. Whether that's on PS5 or PC or Steam Deck, right? It's still crazy to me that Ratchet & Clank, it can just run on the Steam Deck. Like, who would have thought? Wild stuff, man. You're saying the PS5 version of Ratchet & Clank holds up? It does. It really does. I mean, when I was watching that Digital Foundry comparison, they had the PS5 version up the whole time, and Yeah, it looks really good, man. Like the performance mode is phenomenal. Great game, dude. Let me see. We have Wrench. Thank you for the super chat. You're saying, what new PS5 games are you buying the second half of 2023? It's a great question. I'm not gonna. So this is a question that I've been thinking about myself. I'm not gonna run down every game, but a couple of games that I'm thinking about. Well, number one, Spider-Man 2, Helldivers 2. Waiting on a release date for that. Outside of those two, that game, Lords of the Fallen, is catching my attention quite a bit. It's looking really good. Apparently, I'm going to play Sekiro. I want to play that game X Defiant, as funny as that sounds. That's apparently releasing sometime this summer. I played the beta. It was actually really fun. It's free to play, so I'll give that. Firewall Ultra. Yeah, dude, I told you guys I'm going to invest in PSVR 2. I just saw that. Sorry, I'm yelling into my mic. I just saw that other game, not Firewall. It's the oh my god. Sorry, my brain is like fried at this point. It's another shooter for PSVR 2, Crossfire. Yeah, I forget. Yeah, Crossfire just got a release date. I think it's releasing like 5 days later. 5 days after Sierra Squad. It's releasing 5 days after Firewall Ultra, which is crazy to me. But Firewall's the game I'm definitely looking at. I'm nervous about, like, I saw a couple comments of people saying like I should try to buy PSVR 2 sooner if I can to get adjusted to it now, so that way I can not, like, so it doesn't feel like such a shock to the system when I go to play Firewall, because I might not really be able to play it for too long. So I'll have to see about that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Alan Wake 2 looks good, but I won't lie to you, like, the fact that it can only be purchased digitally, it really does rub me the wrong way, and it makes me feel certainly more hesitant, but it's a game I'm looking at. I think Mortal Kombat looks good, but I don't know if I'm going to buy Mortal Kombat. Like, it's weird, man, because I don't know. I just feel like I don't play. I don't know. I don't know, man. Mortal Kombat looks great. I just don't know that it's a game that I can commit to, and that's really what's giving me pause. Liza P is coming out. And there are definitely more. There are more games. I'm just, I'm trying not to go over the entire list, because I really have to think about which games. I got to be, because I only want to buy games that I know I'm actually going to be able to play. And some games might have to wait, and be part of the backlog. So thank you for that, Wrench. Armored Core 6, I watched gameplay of it, and I think it looks good, but I could just tell, like, I'm not into mechs, dude. Like, I'm not feeling it. Excuse me. I don't know. Armored Core 6 is a question mark for me. It is. Because, like, especially when I consider when Armored Core 6 is coming out, like, that is when apparently Firewall Ultra is coming out. So it's around that same time. So it's like, I don't know. Like, you see what I mean? Like, there's just too many different things to try to balance out here. Angry Well Watcher, thank you for the super chat, bud. You're saying, did you hear the at Ben Star incorrect Final Fantasy quote? It's a great soundbite. I'm still working on Final Fantasy 16. Looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3. You know what? Well, first off, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 apparently is going to be massive. I actually didn't hear the soundbite yet. Let me see. Ben Star. When did can you give me a date when he uploaded it? So I could find it quickly and hear it. Oh, here we go. Hold on, I gotta hear this. With these pecs. What? That's awesome, dude. You will never understand the burden of trying to fit through tight spaces with these pecs. That's great. That is a great soundbite, honestly. Here's a damn, dude. Well, there you go. I had to make sure to check it out now and listen to the quote because I know if I didn't, I would end up forgetting. But that's a good one, dude. Yeah, everybody's talking about Clive's pecs, man. He does have some massive pecs. He does. You can tell. I mean, you can tell he benches a lot. So, thank you for that, Angry Well Watcher. Salvazard06, thank you. You're saying, are you going to watch Twisted Metal MBG? I did answer this earlier, but yeah, I'm gonna watch Twisted Metal. I'm actually kind of excited for it just because it's like, I don't know, man. I have very low expectations, but I'm hoping it's just a decent show. Like, I'm good with decent. I'm not expecting much from it, but I'm hoping, I'll watch it with my wife. I'm hoping we can get some enjoyment out of it, and I'll report to you guys. I'm interested in kind of talking about it, letting you guys know what I think of it, like if Sony actually did a good job or not with this. No, it's all good, Salvazar. It's all good, man. I mean, dude, you super chatted. I appreciate it. It's fine. So that's really all I want to, just to get back to the topic here. That's really all I want to say about Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Look, I suspect that going forward, I'm not speaking for anybody else. I will just speak for me. That's the best thing I could do right now. I feel like I've been doing this long enough now and been following games long enough now to where I'm able to understand what's marketing speak and what's not. And when it comes to marketing speak from anything, including PlayStation and their studios, I will be very careful with that because for my own sake, if anything, but also for your sake, because you guys rely on me to report on stuff, give my takes, and I won't lie, man. Like it's hard for me to blame myself too much because, dude, I remember when the PS5 was launching, dude. It was so hard not to get just totally wrapped up in the hype. I know a lot of you guys know what I'm talking about. Like it was I don't know, man. We were just on cloud 9, I guess, and it's kind of understandable why at that moment, like people were just gonna start running with stuff, but. It's important, man. Like, gotta stay grounded and yeah, and that's, I guess, what I'm trying to say is when it comes to marketing speak, gotta be careful with it, gotta be wary, proceed with caution. Cautious excitement, I think, is maybe the best way to phrase it. So, but yeah, dude, happy to see Ratchet and Clank's PC port is in good shape. I was actually a little bit nervous. I was afraid that, like I hope Ratchet and Clank doesn't suffer the same fate as The Last of Us Part 1, because the one thing I did say about The Last of Us Part 1's PC port is that, I saw some people, some like extreme PlayStation fans were like, I'm glad that PC port's a piece of shit. Like fuck PC players. That's what they deserve. And I'm like, look, man, I think that's a bit much. I don't think that's necessary. Like, maybe just try to be happy that more people are going to play it, I guess. Like, to me, it's just as simple as like, if Sony's going to take their games and put them onto PC, I really think it would be wise to ensure the quality control is there, because if the goal here is to win over new people, these are people who weren't willing to go to PlayStation and experience these games, but maybe now that Sony is willing to offer them something, extend that olive branch, so to speak, it's incredibly important, I think, to maintain that quality so you don't, well, first off, just out of respect for the customer, they're paying money for this, but second of all, because it's like, look, if the goal here is to extend that olive branch, get more people in the door, get more people to become fans of this, releasing a product that's not finished, it is not a good idea. It's not. It's always a bad idea. So I'm just really happy, even as somebody who doesn't play on PC, and I'm not planning on playing Ratchet and Clank on PC, it's really nice to see that Nixxes was taking care of this and they did a great job, and That's how it should be, man. That's why, like, I know Nixxes can't port every single PC game. It would be too much, but I don't know, man. I think Sony should slow their roll or try to grow Nixxes even more and just make sure they're the ones doing the PC ports, man, because they clearly know what they're doing. So there you go. Omen86, thank you, man. Another super chat from you, man. You're saying Valve ID is supposedly making a Half-Life announcement at Gamescom. Part of me hopes it's Half-Life 3, but part of me really hopes it's Alex for PSVR 2. I will say the second thing that you mentioned here, Half-Life Alex for PSVR 2, seems much more likely to me than Half-Life 3. Like I mean Half-Life 3 is it's beyond a meme at this point. How funny would that be though? That would be the funniest thing ever. If just Jeff Keighley randomly is like, "Here you go at Gamescom, Half-Life 3." I think people wouldn't even know how to process that. It would just come out of nowhere. You know, Valve is the kind of company though, like they do strike me as the type to just do some shit like that where it's just like, "Here you go. Yeah. Half-Life, no big deal. Half-Life 3, it's coming." I could see them doing that, but no, a lot of people have been asking for that, and that would be really interesting, man. A lot of people are saying that Half-Life Alex is, you know, that's a game that Sony should really aggressively try to pursue and convincing Valve to get that on PSVR 2 because it would sell a lot of units. And, you know, Valve could profit from that because every copy sold, you know, they'd get a large cut of it. So, all right. I do want to make sure. So we're approaching the 4-hour mark. I honestly went longer today than I had hoped. That's just kind of the nature of these streams. It's hard not to. I have one other topic I want to talk to you guys about, and I don't know. I was considering. I'm thinking about saving this topic because I could tell like I'm running out of steam. And I had so much more. It's not that I necessarily had so much more I want to say about it. It's just I want this to be a more energetic, celebratory topic because I think it's good news. It's about how many, you know, the 40 million PS5 units sold. Damn, I don't know. I guess all right. I guess I could. I'll talk about it briefly in a more relaxed. I'm very tired at the end of my stream type of way. And I might talk about it again, depending. Saying just do it next stream, bro. Yeah, I don't know, though. The only reason I'm thinking about not doing it next stream is because my next stream is going to be on Sunday. By the time that comes, you know, Sunday rolls around, I'm not saying this news will be irrelevant, but I'm going to be late to it. And I just don't know. Like, I don't know if that's going to be why people are going to click on that stream. It's really hard to say. I don't know. All right, well, here's what I'll do. I'll read the super chat, and then I'll just basically dedicate a few minutes as the final topic of the stream talking about this. And then we might resume this topic on Sunday and talk about it more in depth. You know, I'll have a couple days off from streaming, so I'll be able to maybe articulate my thoughts better. Sorry. Let me see here. We got Salvazard06 again. Thank you, man. You're saying, real question, MBG, why is Nickelodeon All-Stars getting a sequel while Sony is sleeping on PlayStation All-Stars? LOL. It could be a good Evo game. That's a great question. A lot of people have been hoping that Sony would return to PlayStation All-Stars. I think the reason why Sony isn't going to do that is because I just don't think they make those types of games anymore, dude. I mean, let's face it. I know a lot of people don't like this about Sony, and I'm not saying I like it or dislike it. I guess I'm just accepting of it. Sony is about the big prestige games, man, like the big AAA games, like the games, I don't know, like having just a kind of a refined portfolio and knowing where each series, each game fits. And I feel like a game like PlayStation All-Stars, I just don't think that's a game Sony would make. You know, that's kind of like a Nintendo type thing. And I just don't. The only thing that Sony has done that reminds me of like Nintendo or like kind of like older classic Sony is Astro's Playroom, or Astrobot. That's about it, man. I mean, Foam Stars. You're saying look at how popular Smash Bros is, though. Yeah, that's what's kind of weird to me about it is. I don't know though. I think it has to do with perception in this case, where I feel like Sony wants to be perceived a certain way when it comes to PlayStation Studios, and I think the way Sony believes that they separate themselves from Nintendo and from Microsoft and from everybody else is like they are, they are the more mature, I guess, kind of. Yeah, but they got Ratchet and Clank, they got Astro, but I don't know, man. PlayStation All-Stars would be so funny. It would be. Like, it would be just so funny to see Sony come out with a AAA PS5 version of PlayStation All-Stars. It would probably be amazing, but I don't know, man. I just don't imagine a game like that getting greenlit underneath Jim Ryan, and if it ever did, I would certainly be shocked. I mean, I see somebody did mention Foam Stars, but keep in mind, that's not Sony making that. And that's true. Sackboy. Yeah, that's true, actually. Sackboy. So we got Sackboy, Astro, Ratchet. But I don't see it happening, dude. It would be funny, though. It would be awesome. Really quick here. So this is directly from Sony Interactive Entertainment's website. They put out a press release. PlayStation 5 surpasses 40 million in sales. This was written up by Jim Ryan. So we're hearing from good old Jimmy boy here. I feel like it's been a while since we heard from him, but he wrote this up. He says, I wish I could do a Jim Ryan impression. We launched PS5 in November of 2020. No, I don't think that's good enough. He has a very specific kind of voice and accent. I don't think I could mimic it properly. And actually, I think if I were to try harder, it would just get more cringe. We don't want that. So I'll just read it normally. Saying Kratos and Foam Stars. Oh my God. That would be funny, dude. Kratos and Foam Stars. Let's make it happen, Square. All right. He says, we launched PlayStation 5 in November 2020, and the world was in a strange and different place than when we announced the console in 2019. Despite the unprecedented challenges of COVID, our teams and our partners worked diligently to deliver PS5 on time. We continued to face headwinds with the pandemic, and it took months for supply chains to normalize so we could have the inventory to keep up with demand. For more months than I care to remember, we kept thanking our community for their patience while working through these issues. But now PS5 supply is well stocked, and we are seeing that pent-up demand finally being met. With the support of PlayStation fans, we have reached a milestone of 40 million PS5 consoles sold through to gamers since launch. So just want to highlight that. Sold through. That means in people's hands, not sitting on store shelves. Thank you so much to our community of gamers. Without you, this would have been an impossible task. PS5 launched with the best catalog of games in our history, and the momentum for great content keeps getting stronger. From innovative indie games to AAA blockbusters, there are more than 2,500 PS5 games now available, and it has never been a better time to experience PS5. In the last 2 months alone, we have seen incredible new games from our partners, including Final Fantasy XVI, Diablo IV, and Street Fighter VI. Since the launch of the PS5, players have been enjoying a selection of great games that illustrate how games are as vast and creative as any other entertainment medium. To that end, there are 40 games that have been voted for by PlayStation players. They put a picture up of all those games. Of how Astro's Playroom. I don't know. I don't think this is in like order, but Astro's Playroom's number one. Well earned. It says here, a great addition to the PS5 generation has been our array of accessories. Over the past 2.5 years, we have unveiled new ways gamers can customize their experience and bring exciting colors into their homes. We developed a range of colors for the DualSense wireless controller and PS5 console covers. These accessories have proven really popular as players want their PS5 to reflect their taste. So actually, even though I think some people might think this is a little bit silly that he's highlighting this, I actually appreciate that. I want to say, like, I actually do genuinely appreciate that Sony decided with the PS5 generation to get like more serious about customization and accessories and peripherals in general. So again, like I started out this stream talking about the DualSense Edge. Sony didn't do anything like that last generation. So that's pretty cool. And then the write-up closes out saying, we developed PS5 with our community at the forefront of our thinking, which led us to deliver innovations like the adaptive triggers and haptic feedback in the DualSense controller, as well as PlayStation VR 2. PlayStation Studios and our third-party partners have jumped in to take advantage of these capabilities and expand their creative toolkit to deliver a generational leap in experiences they bring to gamers. Thank you again for your continued support of PlayStation. So there you go. That's the latest we're hearing from Jim Ryan. He is the one delivering the news that the PS5 has surpassed 40 million. Oh, God. Sorry, 40. Hold on a second, guys. 40 million units sold through to customers since launch. That's a massive milestone for the PS5. And I'm going to cover this in a video tomorrow for sure. Yep. You guys see these cats? God damn, dude. Jeez. Whiskey Gaming, yeah. So my Edge controller did come in. If you want to come back after the stream, I think it's before I dive into the first topic, I do my introduction, and then I basically do a review of the DualSense. So come back and check that out if you missed it, man. Omen86, thank you. Another super chat, bud. You're saying we need, quote, 40 million sold celebration, end quote, limited edition Jim Ryan PS5 console covers. I'd pay money for that. That would be so funny. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like Jim Ryan's dropping the ball here where he doesn't realize, like, he could be a great selling point for PlayStation products. He could. Like, he really could, at least for the enthusiasts. I would absolutely buy limited edition Jim Ryan PS5 plates. How could you not buy that? I mean, who wouldn't buy that? Come on. You're saying, oh, he knows. That would be so fun, man. The reason why that would be so funny is because it would be the most like self-aware, just like kind of like LOL type, like, I don't know. It would be just so weird. It would be weird, but amazing at the same time. Saying he is a meme. I mean, he kind of is. I think it's just so weird because I feel like there's so many complaints sometimes with PlayStation and their communication with fans. You know, like, oh, they don't communicate enough. They're too quiet. But at the same time, it's like, dude, look at the results, man. You know, like, I understand. This is why I wanted to point out, like, this is awesome. Like, this is all. Is this not awesome timing? Like, to me, this is awesome timing because it's like, look, we've spent all this time, just going through the mud, I guess, and the muck. And I did mention earlier how it just seems like Sony is now ready to start talking directly to the fans and talking more positively. And granted, this is something, it's not like a new game announcement or anything, but it's like, hey, man, we're getting Spider-Man 2 news drops and limited edition console, the first limited edition console for the generation. And now Jim Ryan's coming out and talking to us and celebrating the fact, like, hey, we sold 40 million units. It's like, I don't know, man. This is what I'm talking about. This is kind of that energy where it's like, okay, this is getting better. You're saying the PR is not good under Jim Ryan. It's tough, man, because it's too inconsistent, I would say, which is fine because, like, I'd rather PlayStation in general be consistent as a brand, and if their marketing's inconsistent, then whatever. But Sony underneath Jim Ryan, it's been proven that they can have some very good and at times consistent communication with the fan base. But they've also proven that sometimes they do drop the ball and sometimes they just they're not doing very good. And so to me, we got 2 wins, man, for the fans, right? Spider-Man news, 40 million PS5s. And people say like, oh, why do you care about PS5 sales? Well, hey, man, I love seeing the PS5 succeed. I love seeing any console succeed. Like the home console, I love seeing it succeed. And I especially love to see that the PS5 in particular is doing so well because, I mean, it's a console I play on. The better it sells, the more support it's going to get. And, every generation we hear over and over again, like consoles are dying, consoles are on their way out. And every generation, it just seems to prove that is quite the opposite. And there's one last thing I want to mention here. And again, I'm going to talk about this more in a video tomorrow. One last thing I want to mention about the PS5 selling 20 million, or not 20, 40 million plus units through to customers. Jim Ryan highlighted it in his press release here. The pandemic, COVID, the shortage, the artificial extension, I would say artificial extension of cross-gen games because it seemed necessary at the time. All of these things worked against the PS5. These are things that the PlayStation 4 didn't have to deal with. Right now, the PS5 is only 2 months behind the PS4. And that, I just feel like I have to highlight that once again. I know I mentioned it earlier, but I have to bring it up again because it really is genuinely impressive. And it really does reveal and speak to how immense the actual demand is for this console and the sheer momentum behind it. So I assure you, with the launch of Spider-Man 2 coming at the end of this year, Spider-Man 2 is going to absolutely skyrocket the PS5. Like, Spider-Man 2 is probably going to be... You need to get out of there, boss. Spider-Man 2 is... I'm not going to say probably. Spider-Man 2 is going to be the best-selling PlayStation exclusive this generation. It's going to likely sell from an as an exclusive the most amount of consoles. Spider-Man is massive, dude, and it's coming soon, dude. It is. Like, we're just a couple months away. The PS5 is 100%. I'm going to lock this in now. This is a prediction. The PS5 is going to outpace PS4 sales once Spider-Man 2 drops, and it's only going to continue to do so throughout this generation. Because another thing we have to consider is we're done with cross-gen, mostly. Like, I mean, maybe like occasionally, if Sony releases like a live service, maybe that live service will be available as like a free-to-play title on PS4. But when it comes to like the big single-player games, cross-gen's over. I'm telling you, I think the PS5 is going to outsell the PS4 when it's all said and done. The best-selling home console of all time is the PlayStation 2, sitting at 155 million units. And a big reason why it's sitting at 155 million units is because of the DVD player it came with. A lot of people thought that, that PS2 numbers, it's not indicative of the actual console market because there were millions of people who bought the PS2 just for the DVD player, not actually for games. And while that may be true, we're many years removed from that. I think, maybe it's at 157 million. We're many years removed from the PS2 generation. The gaming market has grown substantially. I firmly believe. I'm telling you, man, it's a long time from now, but I'm so fucking curious to see if I'm correct about this. I firmly believe the PS5 can top the PS2. I really think it can go the distance. And I think the momentum is there. And I think all Sony really needs to do is just keep delivering those fucking bangers, man. Like, just keep dropping those must-play games. I think if they do that and they keep aggressively pushing those third parties like Hogwarts Legacy. Do you know how many PS5 units were sold because of a big third party game like Hogwarts Legacy because Sony was aligned with that game? And GTA 6 isn't even out yet. I'm telling you, man, between GTA 6, Spider-Man 2, the momentum that the PS5 has, there could be a price drop in the future. I'm telling you, man, this console could go the distance. Maybe I'm way off the mark, but the PS4 sold, I think it's probably at like 118 million units. I'm telling you, bro. You're saying just looked it up. The PS2 is at 158.7 million. I'm telling you, man, the PS5 can do it. I think it can. Well, you know what? Here's something else I want to look up. How long was the PS2 generation? in 2010, the PlayStation 2 continued to be produced until 2013. Holy shit. God damn, they were still producing PS2s by the launch of the PS4. When did the PS2 generation peak? It peaked in 2005. So, on November 29th, 2005, the PS2 became the fastest game console to reach 100 million units shipped, accomplishing this feat within 5 years and 9 months. Holy shit. That is impressive. That's crazy. So, in order for the PS5 to be on pace with the PS2, Sony would have to sell 100 million units by, let's see, it said 5 years and 9 months. So basically by around, give or take, mid 2026 is how long. Not 2025, because it's saying 5 years and 9 months. So the PS5 launched in November of 2020. So November 2025 would be 5 years and then 9 months. Actually, no, it's even more than that. It would have to be around like August, September 2026. Well, we're going to find out, man. Let's pay close attention. I'll try to remember that. I think that's something I'm going to try to keep in my head, take note of. You're saying is not possible. It's the next 2 years will definitely determine if it's possible or not, because it depends on how strong the momentum is. Again, the PS5, it did get off to a sluggish start, not because the demand wasn't there, because literally people couldn't buy it. People literally couldn't get a PS5, and that's changed now. It's already at 40 million. So how much time do we have? Basically 3 years is what we have. Roughly 3 years and a handful of months. So can Sony sell 60 million PS5s in 3 years and a handful of months? Dude, I fucking think the answer to that is absolutely. Although, hold on though. There could be one major wrench thrown into this. What about Microsoft? You know? That's the thing about the PlayStation 2, man. I think one of the big reasons the PS2 was just unstoppable was because it really didn't have competition, truthfully. You know? It really didn't have it. I'm telling you now, I'm going to lose my shit if the PS5 outpaces the PS2. Because that's the reason why I want the PS5 to be the best-selling home console of all time is because it would prove something major in this industry. Sony would single-handedly prove that the ceiling for the console market, we have not hit it. It's actually still growing. We can go higher than 158 million. And that would be an incredible thing to see with the PS5, because it would mean that the future of console gaming is brighter than it ever has been. And that's something I could definitely get behind. But I'll put it to you this way. Even if the PS5 doesn't get to PS2 level sales, let's say the PS5 ends at 120 million, 130 million. That's still really, 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 really good. Make no mistake, that's still very, very good. But that's still a great sign that like consoles aren't going anywhere, man. If anything, they're just going to keep coming. When Jim Ryan sets a goal, he will reach it. I'm telling you right now, I think Jim Ryan believes it. I think Jim Ryan, I think that is his goal. I think he believes he can surpass the PS2. A PlayStation console to surpass the PS2. A console to surpass PlayStation 2. All right, I think I've been streaming for too long now. My cat's got to get out of here. I got to get out of here. All right, guys, that is going to bring this stream to an end. Again, it went longer than I wanted it to, but it was a good time, man. I think we covered some good topics today. I think we got some good news today. And more importantly, you guys were here today and you showed support as always. I thank you guys so much for listening to me. I mean, I don't know how you guys, I don't know. I don't know how we both do it. I don't know how I talk this long. I don't know how you guys, are so supportive, but it's a great thing, man. It is. Rashdan V2 really quick with another $2 super chat. Thank you, bud. You're saying if Switch couldn't do it, I don't think the PS5 will. Well, yeah, but the PS5 has one distinct advantage that the Switch doesn't, and it is the fact that the PS5 is a third-party machine, just as much, even more so than it is a first-party machine. And I think that goes a much longer way for people. Like, why? Like, again, it's kind of the, why do you think Sony made such a big deal about Call of Duty, man? It's because, look, that's something that's not on Switch. That's something that's on PlayStation, and Sony is well aware of how much that boosts PlayStation sales and convinces people to go buy PlayStations. But the same can be said for, again, games like, well, I think Hogwarts is somehow still coming to Switch. But like these bigger, more cutting-edge third-party games, they just don't really make their way to Switch. And I mean, I'll put it to you this way. Imagine if the Nintendo Switch, imagine if the next Nintendo console is as powerful as a PS5. And it's, like, it would sell. Like, every third-party game would be on there, and it would sell probably better than the PlayStation 5. Isn't that crazy to think at this point in time? Maybe, I don't know if it would sell better, but it would be up there, man. If people found out that I could have all my third-party games and my Nintendo games, yeah, I could play Call of Duty like at 4K 60. I could play Hogwarts. I could play all these games coming out. I don't have to miss anything. Yeah. I think Nintendo's. I don't know. I think they'd be right up there. I mean, they already up there. I guess what I mean is they would sell millions more units than they already are. I have no doubt about that. But you could be right. I don't know, man. Let's see. It's going to be an interesting generation, dude. It's already an interesting generation, but I think it's only going to get more interesting. Anyway, that's going to do it, guys. Sorry. Appreciate all the support to everybody who either became a channel member or gifted channel memberships today. Massive shout out to you guys. As I always say, and will continue to do so as long as it remains true, I simply could not do what I do here if it wasn't for you and your direct support. We hit 26 members today. Love to see it. Thank you guys so much for that. And to everybody who donated a super chat, that's just as important. Super chats are also direct fan funding, and you guys also take the conversations in different directions, and I really do appreciate that. So massive shout out to this community, massive shout out to all you guys. And before we go, we have Omen86 dropping in one more time here, dropping yet another membership gift to Charles. Charles was gifted a membership at the last moment by Omen. That brings us up to 27. Love to see it, dude. Oh, there we go. It fixed itself now. And for that, I'll end it with a Crazy Arnold.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Very quick, last two things. Number one, hit that like button on your way out. We are actually very close to 500 likes. I think we could do it. Hit that like button. I think we could get to 500 likes. And number two, big shout out to Devil Shooter. Always got to give Devil Shooter a shout out. He does timestamps. He's actually been getting these timestamps done within just a few hours of these streams ending, which is awesome. So thank you for that hard work, Devil Shooter. If you see him in the comments, give him a big thank you because he certainly deserves it. And you guys, before I could even go, we got Jay Pierce coming in. Jay Pierce drops another membership gift as well at the very end here. So we have two more membership gifts being dropped. Thank you so much, Jay Pierce. Very much appreciate that.
I sacrificed everything for my people.
I'll give you Jin, and we'll do...
And I would do it again.
Kratos, sorry. Don't be sorry, be better. That brings us up to 28. All right, guys. Every time I think I'm done saying the final thing, very final thing here. All right, very last thing. Tomorrow, there will be a new video out at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're, looking forward to my videos tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. Saturday, I will have a members-only Q&A dropping at 12 p.m. Eastern. So if you are a channel member, again, I told you guys every Saturday I'm going to try to have some members-exclusive content out. Look forward to a Q&A. I do also want to encourage, if you are looking forward to that Q&A, actually, let me say this. If you are somebody who put a question, I have a community post out where I ask you guys to leave me questions so I can answer them. If I don't answer all the questions, there's quite a few. I probably won't be able to get to all of them. Don't be discouraged. We'll continue to do members Q&As, member Q&As. So if I don't get to your question, hold on to it and ask it again, because that's something we'll do on a recurring basis. So that's it. Just wanted to let you guys know about that. But that does it. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their day. And yeah, until the next one, guys, take care.